Hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone, depending on where and what time zone you're connecting from. Welcome to 2022 RBC Student Pitch Competition. We are so delighted to have you join us on our different broadcast platforms. I would like to welcome Dr. Durendra Shukla to the platform to say a few words. Hello, Dr. Durendra.
Thank you, Kingsley. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Welcome to the 16th annual RBC Student Pitch Competition. And before we begin, we would respectfully acknowledge that UNB stands on the unsurrendered and unceded traditional Wolastoqey land. The land of the Wabanaki people are recognized in a series of peace and friendship treaties to establish an ongoing relationship of peace, friendship, and mutual respect between equal nations. The river runs through the province is known as Wolastoq, along which live the Wolastoqwig, the people of the beautiful and bountiful river. Wolastoq is also called the St. John River. This year, we have once again welcomed students from outside UNB to bring their business ideas to the stage. We have 35 applications resulting in 29 finalists that you will hear today. This competition would not have been possible without the support of our students, and we are very grateful to the amazing sponsors like RBC, NBIF, UNB, IBEC, Cox and Palmer, FCNB, and Venn Innovation. Their continued support enable us to welcome students from across the world to pitch today. And we have seen many students that have come to this pitch competition, and then we have seen them go off and do amazing things. So this is a great platform for you to see people, connect with people, and at the same time, not forget that we're all here to support you, and don't forget to have lots and lots of fun. I would now like to welcome Tyler Dermond, who is the vice president of commercial banking for RBC in Western New Brunswick, where she leads a team of relationship managers who provide advice and guidance to business banking clients in part of the province. She brings tons of experience and expertise to the role, holding an MBA along with the CPA and CMA designation. Since joining RBC 10 years ago, she quickly progressed through the several lines of businesses in Newfoundland and Labrador, where she was born and grew up, then went to Nova Scotia, Ontario, and we are glad that she is now in New Brunswick. And her experience also includes human resources, personal banking, business banking, but her true passion lies in developing her team and helping her clients succeed. Sometimes she does something she does an incredible job at, and we are very grateful for the sponsorship and the support RBC has given us for several years. And Kyla, over to you.
Hi everyone, and welcome to the 16th RBC Student Pitch Competition. What an exciting day this is. While I love all aspects of my job, nothing gets me more excited than spending time with entrepreneurs like you. When I was asked to help kick off the competition on behalf of RBC, I jumped at the opportunity. I love the energy, passion, and grit that entrepreneurs bring to the table. But most of all, I appreciate the valuable contributions that you make each and every day. As a catalyst of innovation, job creation, and economic growth for our province, our region, and our country, you are the future. Working with Canada's leading bank for business owners, I've been incredibly fortunate to work with hundreds of entrepreneurs at all stages of their careers. From those who, like you, are at the idea, creation, or growth pitching stage, right up to successful business owners who are ready to scale up and go global. And while each has their own unique story, they all have a few things in common. Like you, they're hardworking, creative visionaries. They see opportunities and solutions that aren't always apparent to the naked eye. They don't care that entrepreneurism can be a rocky road sometimes, and in fact, they wouldn't have it any other way. Which is good because let's face it, the easy road is quite often not the right one, at least for driven innovators like you. I also want to send a huge thank you and congratulations to Durendra and UNB TME for hosting this competition and for the advice, guidance, and encouragement that you provide to entrepreneurs. We're so proud to be your partners, and let's face it, why wouldn't we be? What you're doing is working, and it's apparent from the long list of successes you've helped foster over the years. Names like Potential Motors, LifeTrack Safety Systems, Vertiball, Stash Energy, and many more. And I'm sure after today, we'll have more names to add to that list. So on that, best of luck to all of our competitors. We hope you never give up on your dreams. And in fact, we're counting on it.
Thank you for those amazing words and support. And we look forward to continued collaboration. And now I'll pass the stage back to Kingsley.
Oh, sorry about that. Thank you so much, Darindra. We are so glad to have the ability to get together this year in a virtual capacity to hear from our fantastic pitchers. We will start. Um, we'll start with the early startup ideas categories, and then we will be going to. We'll take a short break from our solid sponsors, and then from there we'll move on to the growth category pitchers. Um, I would like to let you know that the winners will be announced live at about 2:15 p.m. AST today. We'll be emailing all the winners personally, so they don't have to worry about getting reconnected with us. So right now we would like to get to the judges, and we have to have them to join us today uh, as we take a look and listen to our fantastic pitchers today. First on the list uh, for our judges will be Samantha Burska. Samantha has a broad range of experience spanning over 20 years. Uh, she's she is a senior commercial account manager at the Royal Bank of Canada. And with her, she brings a breadth of knowledge within the spheres of entrepreneurship and commercial financing. Samantha has a bachelor's of business administration from the UMB, and she's a great mentor to many across Canada. And the second on the list will be Tosin Ajibola. Tosin is a computer scientist, um, a tech entrepreneur, and a co-founder at Welcome You, a technology company that help and support newcomers to settle in a new community. Amongst many other awards, Tosin was a recipient at the RBC Community Leadership Award in 2020. Tosin is very passionate about making social impacts. He hails from Lagos, Nigeria, and holds a master's degree from the TMA here in UMB. And the third on the list is Peter Goggin. Peter is a founder of Reson. Peter comes with him about 10 years of startup and business experience with passion to help local businesses with global aspirations. Peter holds the role of Senior Investment Manager at NBIF, which is the New Brunswick Innovation Foundation, and he is very familiar with the Atlantic Canadian venture ecosystem. Building companies, raising funds, growing teams, and developing technology solutions all falls within the circle of Peter's experience. Peter received his MBA also from the University of New Brunswick. So for sure, great people come from the UNB. And to our wonderful and fantastic judges, who would like to, hear from each and every one of you.
Thanks, Kingsley, for the wonderful introduction, and Durendra for supporting this event. Really, I've been in your shoes, students, for the pitches today, and it's really exciting to see the starting point for a lot of great ideas, and just looking forward to hearing all of these new propositions and see where we can be supportive for our feedback and help guide you to the future to hopefully launch these products here. So thank you very much, Kingsley. Really happy to be involved here on behalf of NBIF.
Awesome, Peter. Thank you. Thanks to be here. Who wants to go, Samantha?
Sure, yes. Thank you so much, Kingsley, for the introduction. And I'm excited to be here. As you know, RBC is one of the sponsors in regards to this pitch competition. And I've worked in the Fredericton market for quite some time and have experience in leadership as well as commercial banking. So I'm excited to hear the pitches from the students and the new business opportunities that they're looking to move forward with.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Hi, Kingsley. Good morning. Yeah, apologies for running late. I had a meeting run a few minutes over, but I'm really excited to be here. As a former student of the MTME that went through a lot of these processes, I'm really excited to hear the amazing ideas that the students have to pitch today, and I wish them really good luck with it. And hopefully this can turn out to be, really great ventures that'll do a lot of amazing things to our economy. And good luck with the pitches.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tosin. You were one time in these shoes a few years ago.
Yeah.
Thanks to be here. So the plan is each of the pitcher will have about 3 minutes to bring in their ideas, and then 3 minutes of you guys will have in asking the questions, and then we will give you a little bit of time to do your scoring, and then we'll move into a short break, to take a quick commercials from our sponsors. And that's the flow that we will go with. If you do have any questions for our pitchers, for those of you that are connected from different places, please do well to pop those questions up on the comment section. We do ask that you keep these questions positive and encouraging, okay? So we can keep cheering up our pitchers all the way. I would like to bring up Dr. Durendra to see if he has any word of encouragement for all our pitchers on this beautiful day.
My suggestion is just have lots of fun, be yourself, and it's incredible to see people that have been part of this pitch competition, and now seeing them be successful in government, leading innovation for the city, for our regional government, for our federal government, and doing amazing and entrepreneurial activities that is meaningful and exciting for our region, for our country, and the world. So very, very excited about hearing all the ideas and what everyone will be doing with those ideas moving forward. But this is all about putting yourself forward. It's never easy presenting and pitching. So note that use this opportunity as a way to grow, as a way to learn, as a way to meet other people and have an amazing time. Thank you, Kingsley.
Thank you, Dr. Dorendra. That was awesome. Thanks a lot. I know they heard you and they're going to keep to that word. I'll get the judges to give some of their words of wisdom, to our pitchers, the contestants of today, because they are the reasons why we're here today. So before we dive into the business, we want to hear what you want to pass on to them before they get on stage.
Okay, yeah, I'll go first. I'd say be very confident in your idea, right? We have to connect to it on an emotional level, right? Really try to communicate why you decided to do this, right? And I mean, from the way you pitch, we'll definitely be able to tell. It's very important for you to believe in your business, in your idea, in the problems you're trying to solve, and I think it'll be a lot easier for you that way. So good luck with it. Give us some good energy and yeah, show that connection between your business idea and why you're the right person to solve that problem.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Tosin. That's awesome. Samantha, can you go next, please?
Sure. Yes, I was gonna echo exactly what Tosin had said. Basically, show your passion. Right. This is something that you believe in, and convey it to us, and we want to hear why it's your passion and hear more about the ins and outs of why you made this decision to move forward with this idea.
Awesome.
Yeah, and just really that's what we're here for today, to just hear why we're here. You have these ideas and you want to make an impact and make a difference in the world, and so why you, and why is now the right time for this pitch. Let's I think there's really great support that we're part of today to get started with UNB in these pitch competitions, but it really is the start, and telling us why we want to make this impact will lead us to the next iterations of the support network, which can really just open up the world for making an impact. And it all starts here at the pitch competition at UNB. So we're really excited to hear, why you and why now today for this pitch.
Fantastic, Peter. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot to the wonderful judges. Look, guys, I don't envy your position at all. You guys are there to make this decision, to take this course. I don't want to do that. So you're there to provide the feedbacks to them. And to our wonderful pitchers today, you've heard it. It's your platform. Take it and own it and do what you know how to do best. So I will get you all to the backstage and then bring on our pitchers. Dr. Dorendra. Yes, hello. We're all set to go. Dr. Drendra, we just took a short period just to make sure that we shuffle up everything. Okay. We have all our pictures ready to go.
That's awesome.
We're asking you again just to give us one final word for these wonderful pictures so that can get set and get going. Thank you.
Well, as more and more people are watching, I would encourage you to share the event on different social media platforms, so more and more people can watch the competition and watch your success. And we are very privileged to be hosting this the competition. It's been 16 years. The program, the pitch competition started before I became the chair of the Dr. J. Herbert Smith Center for Technology Management and Entrepreneurship, and seeing the startups that have come out, seeing the people that presented and pitched in the competition and now are in academia as professors, as innovators, as entrepreneurs in our community, like I said. So very excited to see what your journey looks like and follow your journey. So that being said, we have, as you move forward, please, with your journey, please keep us informed, keep us uh, in your in your books, so that we are always looking and watching what you're doing, where you're going, and celebrating your journey with you, independent of whether you do the startup or not. We are very excited to see the students from around the world be part of this competition, and to be hosting it is very is very exciting, and is a huge honor to be doing it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dr. Drendra. Um, we will proceed to our first picture today. Um, so our first picture today will be Highway. Highway, that's the name of their product. Hello, can you hear me? Spencer, Walton?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, excellent. Good that you're there. Can you turn on your camera, please?
Yeah.
Excellent. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling all right. I actually just tested positive for COVID the other day, so.
It's in the air. Sorry about that. You'll get through it. I had it one time. As you know, you have 3 minutes to pitch your idea, and your time starts as soon as I go backstage and you start speaking. And with that, I believe you're set to go. And I would say a very big good luck to you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. So, don't you love how Skip the Dishes and Instacart has made it possible for you to get your favorite restaurants and groceries delivered to your door just a few clicks? Particularly in light of the recent COVID scenario and the enforced restrictions that were applied to us, it has helped the growth of many delivery services that are available these days. And now there's no need to leave the comfort of your own home, but now you can add Highway to your list and have your favorite dispensaries delivered to your doorstep as well. There's no need to wait for a ride for a friend or pay for an expensive cab. Using our app, you can get cans delivered to your location in under 30 minutes. And that concludes my pitch.
Thank you, Highway. We'll allow the judges to ask you questions.
Sure. Spencer, hi. Thanks for the pitch. Could you elaborate a bit more on the service you provide with the app? Is it the software alone, or are there delivery drivers, partnerships with dispensaries, maybe you can just tell me a bit more about Highway's kind of complete offer.
Yeah, so Highway, we're strictly like a middleman service. So where like Skip the Dishes might contract like drivers to drive for them, the dispensaries themselves will be responsible for delivering the cannabis from point A to point B, as that eliminates a lot of the legality to it.
Okay, thanks. I think I'll go next. So, yeah, with Highway, you considered any of the regulatory concerns? How do you control the number amount of products that are being bought by individuals? Do you just take me through the 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 regulatory concerns with delivering such products to individuals?
The regulatory. I'm sorry, I can't really hear you.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, so I was just asking. I mean, I was wondering because I mean, it's cannabis, right? So it is a highly regulated um, industry, right? So there should are there some. Oh, sorry. You know what? I'll just let Samantha go while I connect to my headphones.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah. No. So I have a similar question. As far as the regulatory component, or do you have like a contract with Cannabis NB? I mean, I'm talking about New Brunswick, obviously, but it could be anywhere. And how is it going to work as far as the delivery drivers? Like, you said that they would be from the dispensary, but Cannabis NB doesn't have drivers that drive around and deliver marijuana. So I'm curious as to like how that's going to work.
So actually, there are the majority of dispensaries now. They do deliver. It's kind of, especially in the Fredericton area, as there's a lot of dispensaries over on the north side. They just, their deliveries vary. They like, for example, Cannabis NB uses they outsource their delivery to another company, but just the process of ordering and getting it delivered is quite like still complex. Like, for example, like for Mimi's, if you want to get an order delivered from there, you have to actually just like text them what you want. And it's kind of like everything it's in the phase of like delivery, but with the app, I want it like a nice, friendly user experience. So makes it a lot easier for the customers to deliver from whatever dispensary they may want. So for like the regulatory aspect of that, at least in Fredericton, for example, on the north side, all the dispensaries over there are, since they're on the reserve, they're able to do that. But yeah, for example, Cannabis NB, they would probably just outsource it to their same delivery driver that they use currently.
Thank you so much. And that will be it for the questions. I will just give our judges a few minutes to do the scoring for you. Thank you so much, Highway.
Thank you.
New Brunswick has a long history of global innovation. Perhaps the earliest examples are stone tools, recently discovered in New Brunswick. Dating back approximately 13,000 years, these campsites are providing important glimpses into the lives of these earliest inhabitants of what is now New Brunswick and North America. As a comparison, the Great Pyramids were built 4,500 years ago. In 1918, the Spanish flu impacted a third of the planet's population. New Brunswick responded by creating the first public health ministry in the Commonwealth. We were on the cutting edge of public health reform, including pioneering measures such as social distancing. New Brunswick's list of global innovations doesn't stop there. In 1839, the first scuba tank was invented in St. John, and in 1870, the first snowblower was invented in Dalhousie. NBIF continues the story of innovation. We help New Brunswick innovators solve real-world problems through applied research grants, advice, and access to venture capital. When our portfolio companies exit, we reinvest the returns in the new generation of New Brunswick innovators. To date, NBIF has invested over $100 million in venture capital and applied research in the province. NBIF has helped companies such as Eigen Innovations by funding early-stage research, startup, and growth, taking them to a global level. Radian 6 sold to Salesforce for $326 million US. With stories like these, it's easy to see how innovation continues to drive New Brunswick forward. NBIF, take your ideas further.
Hello. We're back again for our second feature. Will be Pumpack, Andy with Pumpack.
Thank you. So I'm Andy on behalf of Pumpack, and I'll get right into it. Picture this. It's Friday night. You've worked hard this week. You crack open a cold cider from your favorite local cidery. What you're not thinking about is that 33% of each apple used to make that cider is currently rotting in a landfill as waste. Not only is this waste polluting our environment and creating public health hazards, but we at Pumpack also believe that it's a lost opportunity for profit. Most local orchards and cideries used hand-selected apples to create the cider products that you know. Apples are washed, ground, and pressed to remove the juice. The solid residue that remains is known as pumice and currently has no use in the cider industry. Most orchards and cideries transport it off-site or try to coordinate with other farmers to have it removed. Removal is not reliable since pumice is a low-quality fertilizer and a low-grade feed. So the pumice remains, and as it decomposes, it releases toxic greenhouse gases like methane into the atmosphere and contributing to global warming. So why not an innovative use for pumice? Apple pumice has a surprisingly similar chemical composition to that of wood pulp, which makes it a great candidate for use in manufacturing of cardboard products. The market for environmentally friendly packaging is a growing one, with up to 1/3 of customers reporting prioritizing sustainable alternatives to traditional packaging and up to 57% valuing plastic-free options. What if we could convert this methane-emitting waste into a packaging product that could then be used by the cider producers, reducing the need for them to purchase virgin packaging and giving that pumice a second life? We at Pumpack have designed an industrial process capable of converting apple pumice into replacement cardboard packaging. Based on research, it was determined that apple pumice alone would not meet the desired strength and flexibility requirements. Specifically, a binding and flexibility agent would be required. It was also determined that spent grains from the brewing process could act as a binding agent and minimize the amount of raw materials added to the product by using another waste. Glycerol, while not a waste material, is a biodegradable and environmentally friendly alternative to harmful plastics, so it was chosen as a flexibility agent. From conversations with local orchards, cideries, and breweries regarding their packaging requirements, and the result of materials testing, it was determined that our organization would focus on flat plastic inserts as the material was able to meet the strength and flexibility requirements for this type of product. However, further experimentation is ongoing to increase these properties and diversify our product range to include other cardboard and potentially molded pulp products. Our priority is to deliver a feasible process for repurposing cidery waste and to turn your scraps into packaging. So next time you crack open a cider on a Friday night, keep Pumpack in mind.
Thank you. Thank you, Andy.
Just going to say that was a great delivery. Really understand where you're going with that, and wondering, have you searched out actual cider breweries that are looking to purchase the final product from you?
Yeah, so we've connected with a few local orchards and cideries here in the Fredericton area, and we have connections with some who are really interested in the process. We've had some provide us with their pumice for experimentation, and we have a lot of interest in our project right now.
Well, can you hear me properly?
Yes, yes.
Awesome, great. Yeah, so I mean, I agree with Samantha as well. Excellent delivery. I mean, the message is really clear, and we definitely need products and companies like this for our environment and for sustainability. So in terms of the market size, how big is this market? And just a follow-up to Samantha's question, how many of the companies that you've approached within our regions are interested in having further conversations with this?
So, in terms of the market size, right now, environmentally friendly packaging is a growing market every year. It's hard to put an exact number on like where it would be worth, but based on the research that we've done and the industries we've connected with 3 local cideries that have told us that we could take 100% of the pumice that they generate and repurpose it for our project. So that would give us, I believe, the total 138,000 kilograms of apple pumice per year, which would, based on our current product availability, may be enough for us to create over 250,000 plastic or cardboard inserts that could be used by the producers. We've also connected with 2 of the breweries here in Fredericton that have provided us with their spent grains, and we've been using those in our experimentation as well.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, really, really well done, Andy. Thank you for the presentation. Not a lot of questions on the business, but will you be taking this forward yourself, or are you working with a team of folks for this?
Yeah, I'm working with a team. There's a team of 4 of us. We're actually working on it for our senior design project for UNB's engineering program through the TME department. So there's 4 of us working on it together.
Okay, excellent. Well, really well done. Really wonderful pitch and great idea.
Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Andy, and thank you, judges. Do you have any further questions? Okay.
Thanks.
So that will be it for Pumpac. Thank you.
Try that again.
Hello. So we'll be taking our 3rd picture for today, and that is the smart bottle. Are you there? The smart bottle. Francisco and Brady, the stage is yours.
We're missing Mark. He's the presenter, actually.
Okay, so you're missing one of you guys.
He should be in the lobby.
Okay, so you're getting super excited about an idea. Have you spoken to anyone about it though? Maybe you've spoken to your friends and family and they're supporting you, telling you that it's an awesome concept and they want you to develop it. What about competition? Have you done some research about it? Sometimes just a few keywords on a Google search will be more than enough to show you if there's competition or someone has ever thought the same thing that you have just thought. Why am I telling you this? Well, think about it. There are almost 8 billion people in the planet. That means that there are at least 7.5 billion ideas floating out there. So to think that your idea is something that no one has ever thought about before might be a little bit off. But what if you find competition? Well, don't get too discouraged. Competition means that the idea has proven to be successful. So now you just have to do something different to tailor it to the market that you want to target. Okay, you've done some pre-evaluation of your idea now. Congratulations. What do you do next? How do you plan what your business is going to look like? A business canvas model is a good way to start. If you want to see more of our awesome videos, subscribe to our channel.
Awesome. The smart bottle. Hey, Mark, we've been waiting for you. How you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right. You have 3 minutes to pitch your idea to us, and the stage is yours as soon as I go.
Perfect. Thank you. The past 3 years have been a fairly difficult time globally. We've had issues ranging from a full-on invasion in Europe to a global pandemic. And while I might not have a solution to either of those things, I do want to tackle another issue which I think is just as threatening to our global well-being, and that's single-use plastics. Single-use plastics, they get used once, they end up in landfills and the ocean, and they cause pollution and harm animals. And quite honestly, I think that's deplorable. Hi, my name is Mark, and I'm with the Smart Bottle. And here at the Smart Bottle, we have a simple yet effective solution to single-use plastics. What we want to do is create a circular economy around single-use plastics. How do we do this? Well, Smart Bottle. Put simply, it's a refillable bottle that's used for products such as hand soaps, detergents, things of that nature initially. Now, I know what you're thinking. A reusable bottle is not exactly a novel idea, and well, I would be inclined to agree with you. So there's a little bit more to this. What we want to do is add the Internet of Things into the mix. How we're going to do that is to set up vending machines in key locations around the city that can dispense all the products that we offer. So initially, hand soaps and what I mentioned before, but we'll be branching into others as we go. Both these vending machines and our bottles will be paired with an RFID chip and connected to our app. That way, users can prepay for all their fill-ups and fill up at their own convenience. We're also going to be tracking certain statistics for our users, such as how many single-use plastics they prevented and how many cost savings they might have achieved from our app / our service. Now, what we're trying to do and what we're trying to achieve is something monumental. We're trying to change consumer behavior, which is very difficult, and we realize that. And we do have a plan for that. But how are we going to do it? Well, we hopefully think that, saving the planet is enough of an ask to get people on board, but there's probably going to need a little bit more. What we plan to do is also offer cost savings. Turns out when you take away the packaging from a lot of these products that I mentioned, you can get up to 20% of a discount on the purchase price. What we want to do is provide most, if not all of that discount to our users. That way, we can hope that this mixture of sustainability and cost savings can be the catalyst that gets people on board for sustainability. When it comes to scaling our product, it's rather simple. We can start offering more and more products and add them to our product line. And additionally, we can start opening up brick and mortar stores. These stores will be a physical location where we can sell all of our product and have a hub where all of our vending machines will be. And this concept, it is already proven. It has seen success in the US, South America, and Australia to date. So we know it's possible. We just need to execute it and bring it properly to Canada. The last thing I'd like to leave you with is, when you're trying to save the world, please be smart about it. Use the Smart Bottle. Cheers.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, so we have 3 minutes to give feedback to Mark. What do you think?
Yeah, thanks, Mark, for the pitch. Curious, you mentioned the cost savings in avoiding the packaging material. Could you tell me more about how the Smart Bottle company would make money? Like, what would your revenue model be?
Yeah, definitely. So like I said, we can reduce the cost by roughly 20% on at least the first 3 products that I mentioned. The reason that I said most, if not all, is we would need to make money somehow. So we'd be making money off initially the sales of the bottles, so that we give to our customers. And also we'd be probably getting a small margin as well on all the products sold. Like I said, we can give up to 20%, but maybe we give 18, 17. So there's still the incentive to get people on board, but we can still make money.
I think there's a great environmental aspect as well as a possible convenience aspect in having selection of multiple products and kind of streamlining that. And there might be a value that, a price that you could charge for that rather than a low cost, just a consideration. But thanks, Mark. That's great.
Okay, Mark, great presentation, great product as well. Again, this is something that we definitely need, right? During the course of your pitch, the customer incentive is great. We all want to change the world, but it's really tough to get everybody to stop using plastic and stop creating as much waste. So you mentioned the customer incentive, right, being the discount and all of that. So how does that play into your operational cost, right? How sustainable is it for you to give all of these discounts while making money for the company and making sure that you produce these materials and these bottles? Because I assume this is a business for profit, right? So how is it sustainable in terms of your operational costs and the discounts that you're going to keep giving the customers?
Definitely. So the margins would be very thin to start, and the way that we would be making more and more money is, at least in Canada, we're going more towards sustainability and bans on single-use plastics. So we're hoping that we can actually become the standard. And honestly, the big money for us is going to be the key partnerships. So if we can get in Sobeys, in Bulk Bar, and any sort of companies like that, we can then start being the in between. So we have all the product from all these different suppliers, and then we also provide the vending machines and then supply them to Sobeys. So a lot of it is thin margins to start, but as we grow, the key partnerships are going to be where most of the money comes from, as well as obviously the smart bottle itself. We'll need to price it at a point where we're viable. But yeah.
Okay, awesome, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That will be all for questions. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, the smart bottle. So we'll take some time to score you guys.
We first started with the Scale Up program. We launched one of our local signature products. Since then, we've exceeded $500,000 in sales, which is actually 4 times as much as we did in the previous 12 months.
Our company has grown 12.5% over last year.
A new incoming cohort member should really get into the program with an open mind and try to get transparent and honest as soon as possible.
Get to know the people in the other companies, because that is going to be your network going forward.
Benchmark what you have now coming into it, because it's going to change. And what's going to surprise you is the new ways you're going to be able to look at the information that you have and see it in a whole new light.
The resources, the people, the knowledge in the room is amazing.
Hello, everyone. Um, next will be Hanwell Gas Company. Are you there?
Yeah,
Hanwell.
I'm there. Can you? Yeah. Hi.
Hello. So you have 3 minutes to deliver your pitch, Calista. All right. As soon
Yep.
as I go off the stage and you start speaking, your time starts counting. Okay.
Okay.
You have a good one.
Okay. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Callista, and today I'm pleased to introduce you to the Hanwell Gin Company. So, our distillery is the first and only alcohol producer in Atlantic Canada that uses geothermal energy to produce a delicious and carbon neutral gin. So, distilling gin can be quite the energetically demanding process and one that is often fueled by non renewable resources such as fossil fuels. So, for example, distilling a single 750 milliliter bottle of gin uses more CO2 than what is released by the combustion of 3 gallons of gasoline in a standard midsize vehicle. Multiply this by the number of gin bottles produced globally every day, and it's not hard to imagine the devastating impacts this has on our environment. The Hamwell Gin Company's unconventional use of geothermal energy to distill gin is a refreshing and environmentally conscious approach to produce a classic and well loved liquor. So, put simply, geothermal energy is sourced from the rocks beneath our feet and can be tapped into through the installation of a heat pump. Unlike solar or wind energy, geothermal doesn't rely on uncontrollable variables such as the weather and emits a mere 1/5 of the CO2 that would be released from a natural gas plant. And following installation, this form of energy can save users up to 80%. So, through a partnership with Thermtest Instruments, the Hanwell Gin Company will quickly become a noticeable pin on the map of global distilleries. Our distilling process, once it becomes refined, we plan on installing a solar powered greenhouse to grow some tasty gin additives, including citrus plants. Despite there being a lack of sustainable alcohol production in Canada, there is some geothermal distilling occurring on a global scale. Celsius and Pink and White distilleries, located in the UK and New Zealand respectively, are currently tapping into this environmentally conscious energy source to produce gin. The presence of this global competition is still insignificant, as we are currently the only geothermal gin producer in North America. Our unique approach of combining both solar and geothermal to produce a perfectly balanced gin is a novel technique that is likely to pique the interest of gin connoisseurs from all corners of the country. So, recent surveys have shown that the number of Americans who believe climate change is a serious threat has reached an all time high of 63% and is continuing to climb. With the value of the Canadian gin industry predicted to reach 426 million by 2024, many of these climate conscious purchases will likely be reflected in the way this spirit is bought and enjoyed. This collective concern for the environment, along with the economic benefits of geothermal energy, are all areas we hope to tap into by producing a local and delicious gin. Thank you for your time today, and I'll now be taking any questions.
Yeah. Thank you. Uh, so we have 3 minutes to ask Calista questions.
Calista, I'm wondering why gin? What made you decide on that alcohol? And the other question is, what research have you done as far as getting distributors for this gin product? Have you already spoken to the Liquor Commission? Is there a contract set up there, or a need, I guess, for this type of gin manufacturing?
Yeah, so gin was I actually worked part-time for Thermtest throughout my whole undergraduate degree, and gin was our founder's favorite liquor, so that's why gin. And he's really passionate about it, and so that's kind of why we centered there. And we haven't really set up any distribution plans. We're kind of operating right now, just doing basic testing, trying to find a standard recipe. And we're looked at, like, under the Liquor Commission, there's a lot of at home brewing regulations, and we're kind of operating under that arm before we kind of enter into how we can actually get this product distributed. We want to make sure that we can have a concrete recipe that then we can add our additives into, that then we can try and make using more renewable energy sources and then kind of get it out there. So there's like a set amount of alcohol you can produce per year at home, and that's kind of where we're operating under at the moment.
You mentioned the CO2 difference between the geothermal energy compared to traditional kind of non-renewable. Is the idea to operate the distillery 100% using geothermal, and how does that cost compare geothermal energy to traditional energy?
Yeah, so we actually unfortunately can't operate 100% under geothermal because we can't use that type of energy to get the temperature of our water high enough to actually properly distill gin. So what we would do, I think it's roughly 95%, we can use geothermal energy, and then we can top that up using just conventional oil energy. But like I said, it will probably still be a carbon negative process, as it will balance out that little bit of energy that we have had to use from oil with the geothermal. And the cost is more of a long-term thing. It's roughly only 3 years, though, based on some of the estimates we've gotten based on the price of installing a geothermal heat pump. So once you kind of get it installed, it's very low cost. I'm not aware of our current energy bill, but we run quite a large office, so I'm sure, especially in this section that will use geothermal heat, it will be significantly lower.
Thank you very much. That will be it, Kalista. We'll take a few minutes to score you guys.
Perfect, thank you.
The potential of a place comes down to people. When we talk about what a place could be, we imply that if only someone did something, the situation would be different. And by now, we more or less know what to do. Once the basics like health, safety, and education are covered, we need all sorts of people creating their own value and meaning in a place. We understand this implicitly, to the point of cliche. It's all the small stuff working in harmony that makes a place get better with age. And yet, being small in a global marketplace is still really hard. Whether you're a business, an artist, a farmer, or a city, how do you compete? That's the question I used to ask. How can our place be special enough to survive in the global food chain? But I realized over time that you can't win that competition. You can only strive to be the best version of yourself. And the most magnetic and impactful step we could take, the no shortcuts path to improvement, was to just do something about it.
Fredericton is on the east coast of Canada in a wonderful province called New Brunswick, just above Maine, just west of Nova Scotia, and just east of Quebec. Pretty good? Yep.
This story takes place in a city that's probably a lot like yours. It's a nice place to live, but you wouldn't know it from the stats or the headlines. Things could be a lot better, to say the least. It starts out with these people: a professor, a designer, an architect, and a placemaker. That's me. We found each other because we were getting frustrated by unmet potential. We got tired of seeing people give up on great ideas because they didn't have the right support. So we're trying to become that support, and it's taken the form of a summer program. We wondered what would happen if we took 3 months and gave everything we could to a handful of aspiring entrepreneurs.
Our next picture will be Pavitra with the green gold. Pavitra, are you right there?
Yes,
Okay.
I am there. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Pavitra, you have 3 minutes to pitch your ideas to us. So thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Hello everyone, good morning. My name is Pavitra, and today I'm going to present in front of you the idea, green gold, the natural boon. We are all familiar with the fact that humans earn money. But with the help of this idea, balconies or house gardens are going to earn money for us. We are going to convert balconies or house gardens into an asset rather than a liability. But how? We all know that there is so much of carbon dioxide and sunlight available for free in these balconies or house gardens. We can easily use that with the help of some water, soil, and fertilizer to grow medicinal herbs or fruits in it. But how does this connect to our business plan or business idea? Let me explain you that with the help of a very short example. Let's say there are 10 members who are associated with our company. To each of those 10 members, we're going to give small packets of seeds and small packets of fertilizers. The seeds would be of medicinal herbs or fruits that we want them to grow in their balconies or house gardens. And we are going to decide what sort of seeds can grow in such type of weather, be it summer or winter. So once they're nicely grown in their balconies or house gardens, they are going to cut them and give those to us. Based on the weight of those herbs or fruits given, they are going to be paid money. So this is the first advantage of this idea. People will earn money. People would become independent. I've seen many people above 60, above 70 who really want to work and earn money, but they just can't. They can use this idea to earn money. And not only for people above 60 years of age or 70 years of age, people of any age group, even children can earn money in this way. So what are we going to do with these medicinal herbs or fruits that we get? We're going to sell it to companies let's say, pharmaceutical companies that make herbal medicines, or companies that make fresh fruit juices, or companies that make body washes, body lotions, dish soaps, etc. Or even restaurants that nowadays restaurants use a lot of herbs in cooking as well. So that is going to be our main source of income. Now, let me explain you in brief all the advantages of this idea. First of all, people are going to earn money. People are going to become independent. Secondly, our business is definitely a profitable one. Thirdly, with this idea becoming popular all over the world, there will be greenery everywhere. And as we all know that greenery prevents depression, so it's going to bring new ideas into people's mind, and it would ultimately lead to the betterment of the world. The fourth advantage is really important at the world level. What really happens is that when there's greenery everywhere, the carbon dioxide levels decreases drastically and oxygen levels increase drastically. So it really prevents global warming. So if something gives us so much of advantage, then it is definitely more precious than gold. And that is the reason it is named green gold, the natural boon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Judges, questions, please.
Okay, great pitch. So my first question would be, what is the market size? What is the market size of this industry you're going into? Then I have a follow-up question after that.
Yeah. So market size, in the sense, initially, I feel that it's going to be tough to attract customers, because people are going to people really find it hard to trust that such type of idea is possible. So our main goal would be to gain their trust, because I believe that first, the most expensive thing in this world is trust. And if you're able to gain the trust of people, then after some amount of time, more and more people are going to get attracted to it, and the more people we get, the more revenue we're going to get. So it's going to increase exponentially.
Okay, thanks. I'm not sure, Samantha and Peter, if you have any questions, so I don't take up all the time.
Go ahead, Tosin.
Okay, yeah. So you also mentioned companies buying the herbs to produce medicine, right? How much customer discovery has gone into this? Have you spoken to any companies? Have they shown interest? How did you arrive at that assumption?
At this point of time, we are just in the idea stage, and the company has not started yet. It's just an idea that came up into my mind, and I thought of pitching it over here. But there are many companies that make herbal medicines, and they use herbs specifically. Like there are some herbs that grow in the winters, like chives. They are rich in vitamin K, and they are specifically grown in the winters. And there are some herbs like rosemary. They can be used for making dish soaps, and they also grow in the winters. And some herbs like Indian tulsi, they can also be grown all over the year, and they can be preserved as well. So we can sell those herbs and even fruits that can easily grow in the backyard or the balconies or house gardens.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Norbert Dems. I'm an entrepreneur in residence for Venn Innovation. I got asked to talk a little bit why it's a good idea to start your own business now. So times right now are really, really challenging, and we all fear about the future. Now, I had this experience in 2003 when the dot-com bubble went south, and I lost my job because the corporation I was in management got insolvent. I knew what I wanted to change for a long, long time, and I wanted to do something and have a real impact. So I had my ideas ready, and I used this chance, which I had right now, being unemployed, not putting myself in the line of all those other managers applying for a job, going with my own idea, and going with my own business. So I got my stuff together, I got all my papers together, went for the unemployment money to the government, got a 6-month runway with the money. I took this money, make a plan how long it will last, and started my own corporation, my own idea. It lasted me for 1 year because I made a good financial plan. I worked on the side and invested everything back to it. So I started with my own corporation in 2004, which I was able to exit in 2018. So it's a really good idea to look at your business now. If you like those videos, just subscribe on our YouTube channel.
Welcome back. And more with Resilient. You there? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And more, you have 3 minutes to pitch your idea to us. Thank you very much. You go ahead. Good luck.
Thank you, sir. Greetings, judges and fellows. Do you know why the temperature of the kitchen rises when the door of the refrigerator is kept open for several hours? Or have you ever felt your kitchen to be warmer than other rooms? If yes, do you know why it is? To know the why, one must be aware of the working of refrigerator. Refrigerator is a machine which keeps the food or any other substance cool, and it does it through extracting heat from the substance and releasing it into the surroundings. So that is the reason why one feels a bit warmer in the kitchen. In general, the amount of heat energy ejected by a refrigerator is 1.2 kilowatt hour. Rising demands of electrical energy around the globe might become a huge problem in future. The increasing demands of energy has led to the formation of terms like sustainable development and many more. According to the World Bank of data, the average electric power consumption per capita all over the world has increased from 1200 kilowatt hour to 3128 kilowatt hour between 1971 and 2014. If this trend of electrical energy consumption sustains, then the day might not be far when one cannot get the supply of electricity. So my idea is to store the heat released from the refrigerator into compartment through TEG, thermoelectric generator. TEG is a solid semiconductor device which uses Seebeck effect to generate voltage or electricity, which means that it converts heat energy into electrical energy. But to provide a meaningful electricity, the TEGs should be connected in series. Now, the stored electrical energy could be used to supply electricity to other electrical appliances, charging mobile phones, laptops, power banks, etc. So, therefore, the energy that was being lost can now be reused, and this even makes the refrigerator more efficient than before. On this concept, I've also filed a patent named MicroRidge. The only difference in the patent is that the energy released from the refrigerator will be used to supply electricity to microwave. Save energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Judges, questions for Resilient?
Hi, I just wanted to ask, how exactly would you store that energy? How is it going from the fridge to power anything else within the home?
My plan is to attach TEGs in series at the back of the refrigerator so that it can then transfer the heat coming from the refrigerator and convert it into the electrical energy and store it in a compartment so that now it can be used uh, to supply electricity to other appliances through USB something or something like that.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Just a follow-up question to that. I also was not very clear on how the device was going to work with the refrigerators, right? So are they going to be installed inside or on it, or how exactly is it going to work?
The TEGs will be installed at the it will be attached at the back of the refrigerator. There is a point condenser at which the heat is released from the refrigerator. I'm gonna attach it near the condenser so that the heat coming can be converted and can be transferred to the compartment. So that's the idea. It will be attached behind the fridge near the condenser so that it can catch the heat and convert it.
And for your target market, you mentioned powering the microwave. So is this an in-home appliance, or are you considering industrial refrigeration as well?
I guess it can be both. But as this is an energy efficient product, so that I think it will be more used in B2C rather than B2B, because in B2B the processing, the work required need to be quite fast, and B2C, I think that it would be more easier, and there it would be used more than the other industries as compared to other industries.
Yeah, I mean, guess this. Yeah, okay. One final question. Have you conceptualized what this device will look like in terms of the design and how it will fit within homes? Because yeah, do you have a prototype, or have you thought about how big the device is or how small?
Presently it is on an idea phase, but our next step is to make it a prototype. But I have designed a 3D model for that so that one can see it and visualize it. And for that I have also done a surveys to the retailers and customers so that they're able to understand my idea, because the problem will come here that the individuals will not able to understand this new concept into their mind. So it's necessary to show them that why it's important.
Thank you very much, Ruslan.
Thank you.
That will be it.
The TME program has gone from a very humble beginnings, from a couple of handful of students, to now we have over 538 students in the program. What has happened is it's been a game changer.
So I think to me what TME is really this culture of friendship, innovation, exposing people to new things. A lot of our students are engineers, of course, so they've come through a rigorous scientific program.
It's mixing research, engineering, real-world business all into one, and you have to deliver. You have to deliver something that people are going to want to buy and people are going to be excited about.
I find it's unique to what other courses offer. Because I'm from electrical engineering background, it's really nice to step out and see like how that can be applied and develop a product that I feel passionate about.
I think that knowing the business aspect of things is a really big advantage. We had to understand the market and we had to understand the business plan.
The TME program gives you the soft skills to complement your technical skills, and it can just take them so much farther, and they give you the confidence to sort of reach out for opportunity, and it's incredible what they've done.
So after 8 months of working on our senior design project, of coming up with a problem, solving the problem, iterating on it, producing a prototype, going to class every day, right now is the culmination of 8 months, and we're presenting it to members of the community, our mentors, our parents, and judges, and all of that, and we're being marked. And so this was 8 months of work in our final year, all culminating into a half-hour presentation that was a lot of fun.
It was really good to get such positive feedback, and so many people were really impressed with what we had done and where we had come from especially, and it was really nice to know that we had done things well. We are Ambit and we are setting boundaries.
We're Precious Cargo and we're setting the new standard in car seat safety.
We are Stash Energy Storage and we're building affordable energy storage that can be placed in every home.
We are Ceres and we are aligning the stars.
We are Limbic Inc. and we are creating the best riding experience anyone's ever had by creating a smart electric skateboard.
Welcome back again. The judges, just to let you know, Connect Beauty will not be able to pitch today because they have some family emergency. So we will step on and have Food Saviors to come in and do their pitch right away. Food Saviors, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
You're there.
Okay, looks good.
Awesome. Yadav, just to make it clear, you have 3 minutes. As soon as I drop off the stage, your time starts counting and you can go ahead and tell us about it.
Sure. Okay. So I'll start with talking about the pandemic. The pandemic has changed all of our lives. People have lost jobs, they've developed unhealthy eating habits, and in many cases, don't have the access to 3 meals a day. Talking about Canada, more than 4 million Canada in 2022 are malnutrition. At the same time, we throw away almost one third of the food that is produced for human consumption. Now, coming from a family of farmers, these stats really hurt me. So, we decided to solve this problem by creating a social media platform, which we call as Food Saviors, which helps Canadians do three things. Number one, live a healthier life. Number two, save money on the grocery bills. And number three, minimize the food waste across the industry. So, this app that we are planning to design is a freemium with a paid version of $4.99 a month, which will include all the advanced features. Um, how the customers can use this is a mobile access app, so it'll be available on Android and on the iOS platform. The customers can enter their purchase and expiry date of food items. They don't have to remember this. The UI would be simple to use. Our platform would send alerts, meal suggestions for any food item that was entered. For example, it will give you alerts like tomatoes are expiring, and why don't you go ahead and make pasta for dinner? We would also allow users to donate food within the local community. So, community is a key success factor for this application. So you can list your food item, which if you're not using, somebody else in the community can use rather than ending it in a dumpster. So for an example, if I've got a fully packaged bottle of milk which I'm not using and is expiring in the next 2 days, I can put it up for a listing and somebody else can benefit from this. In the premium version, we tend to collect the data and send a personalized nutrition remote. So we'll bundle this with value-added services like access to nutrition, weight management programs, and much more. So in the end, I would like to say that the global food waste management industry is growing at more than 7% year on year. Currently, it's at $62 billion. It's set to cross $100 billion by 2030. And you can help the community by three things. Number one, save money on grocery bills. Number two,
Thank you,
minimize the
Yadav.
food waste and live a
Thanks,
healthier life.
thanks a
Thank
lot,
you.
Yadav. Judges, questions for Yadav, Food Saviors.
So thank you for your pitch. I was just curious as to how you're going to make people, consumers, input into this app the food that they purchase and when the expiry date is. Because if I had a thing of tomatoes, I don't know when they're going to expire. I won't be eating them when they don't look very good to eat, right? So, and for me to take and go put it into an app before I put it in the fridge, that's going to be a hard sell.
So, that's a great question. So, let's take the example of tomatoes. So, as a purchaser, I know the condition of tomatoes. You can scan or take a picture. We can give a recommendation that we think they are going to expire in the next 4 days. And the alert would come in 3 days that it's going to expire tomorrow. And over the just to continue on this, so over a period of time we plan to make a AI engine. So for tomatoes, on the same example, Our engine will give you recommendation that as per the trends that we've seen in the past, this would expire in 3 days.
Maybe sticking on the tomato example, you also mentioned milk, I think. So is the idea to sell the milk at the consumer level to another consumer, or the idea where there's about to be product expire, is that more at the retail level on the shelf? Just curious, and related to that, if there's health and safety concerns with food possibly being spoiled, being sold from a consumer to another consumer rather than from maybe a grocery store.
That's another amazing question. So for this, we are primarily looking at packaged items that are already certified, right? And we would ask certain questions that from the user, right? So there are two parties involved. One is a donator and one is the acceptor, right? And the major concern here is like you said, the food safety. Is the food spoiled or not? So again, some of the things right now would depend on both the parties. We'll because this is a community, you're not sending this to Moncton. It's for example, if you're in St. John, it's St. John localized community. I live in Douglas Avenue. So I'll be sending it within the community, right? So there's a trust based system involved in this. Adding to this, since I've moved here in St. John, I've thrown more than $200 worth of groceries. Being a student, that hurts me, right? Because I've not been able to track my food.
Thank you. Thank you. That will be all. Yadav, thank you. Thank you, wonderful judges. We'll go to commercials and give you time to score Yadav.
Oh, Summer Institute is being wonderful. It's been part of our journey for the past 2-3 months.
As a solopreneur, it's been, challenging to do a lot by myself for a lot of years. So having a big network to draw on for inspiration and information has been really, really great.
The thing I'm taking away from this experience the most are some of the amazing connections and entrepreneurs that I've met, and the really incredible support that I've had to grow my business and grow myself in ways that I never even knew were possible.
And the Summer Institute helped me to find the courage to stand up and talk in front of a camera. It's something that I could never do before. And the warmth, the community of the family has been something that I will carry forward with me through the rest of my life.
As an entrepreneur, I felt very alone in the world going out, bringing this idea. And when I joined Summer Institute, I felt like I had family.
And being part of Summer Institute definitely changed my life.
Fun, scary, traumatic at times, exciting. The Summer Institute is crazy, but it's so awesome. It really pushes you to your limit to really make sure that your business is successful.
The Summer Institute, oh my God. The Summer Institute is elation, terror, oh my God, Fridays, friendship, people that I will never, ever, ever forget, who will always be friends. And I see the future. I didn't see that before.
Unlike anything else I've ever done before. If you're starting a business, definitely apply because it's an experience.
Right there. Let's welcome Kevin with Move In. Hi, Kevin.
Morning.
How you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm all right. So, Kevin, the idea is if I drop off, you have 3 minutes to tell us about
I
moving.
have 2 more teammates that are with me. Yep, Abhilash and Abhiposh.
Awesome. Awesome. Moving. So I will drop off and you guys go ahead and tell us.
All right.
Thank
Sounds
you.
good.
Kevin, take it over.
All right. Good morning, panel. My name is Kevin Lauren Abraham. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present MoveIn to you. This idea kicked off during my last semester when one of my courses demanded that I come up with a business plan, and I decided to take it upon myself to hypothesize a service-based platform that provided students with the most convenient transition to home away from home. I then decided to take this idea to my roommate and discussed the scope of this project.
Hi, panel. I'm Abhilash. I'm the roommate that Kevin spoke about. So when he came to me, I'm a numbers guy. I'm currently pursuing my MBA. So I looked at the research that he had done academically on the basis of this program and what he had gone through with it. I was quickly able to realize that it had some value, and Kevin's heart and mind lied in the right place with respect to democratizing this housing conditions for students. We saw a lot of discrepancy when it came to the quality of housing and the cost of housing that students were getting, our peers were getting. It was different for both Kevin, who's in the undergrad level, his peers, and me, I'm at my graduate level, so with my peers. So that's when the idea of MoveIn came about. As a service-based platform, we try to combine, or we are looking to combine a dating, quote unquote, a dating platform, a match-based dating platform, which has nothing to do with dating, and housing, so that we realize that we love being on our phones. So might as well mix these two services together. And the way we project it to work is that we will be able to have an application both for Android and iOS. Questions on that can be edited towards Aviposh. And we will then have students and people who want to look into housing sign up on the platform, list out their preferences. These will be all dealt with in a way that they were researched in Kevin's course last semester. And on the basis of preferences that they choose, they'll be shown people who are matched with those preferences, and then they can go jointly then look at apartments together, because we also realized the very big part of moving was just not finding a place, but finding a place where you can live with someone. So combining all this together, the phase one of this project that we have intended is that we make students match with possible roommates. The phase two is we furnish the apartment for them, that it becomes more service oriented from our side. And the phase three is helping them settle in completely. This includes helping them getting their SIN numbers, their Wi-Fi connectivity, etc. Most of these things are available with Google searching and all these things. And there are student communities who readily look out to help people. But we feel that if it is all on the access on just a touch and on your phone, then it's much more easier to get to it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Moving. Questions from moving. Wonderful judges.
Thanks for your pitch. I was curious, the rental market is very competitive. And so how do you control, looking at rent options with your matched roommates and kind of securing that rental versus, someone else maybe getting it? I'm just curious how that would work, if you don't mind me walking through that.
So we spoke to some realtors in town. Kevin reached out to some of them in person. He met them, he spoke to them, and we realized that most of the students, at least, they want to live in a very close radius to the university. We were able to understand that these renters also required students who come with good background checks. There is no way of finding out that if the student who's coming in will actually pay the rent, will be able to afford the rent. So that's where we also come in, because we're all of us international students. We plan on expanding a team which has more international students, which have more languages coming in, people who can speak to them on their terms and turfs. And the way we segregated it was that we provide options from our realtors. The application at one point of time would have the option for realtors themselves to sign up, post their apartments, and then students can look at it together. We do understand that all of these things are available independently. There is Kijiji, there is Facebook Marketplace, but much of this is unregulated. Like if you go on Kijiji now, you'll find apartments which is listed 3 months ago, and they're still there. And most of the times people don't reply. So,
okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You mentioned furnishing the apartments. How is that going to work exactly? I love the concept of getting two roommates together, because I could see that being a big obstacle if you're coming internationally and you don't know anybody here, and helps with that part. But how is that going to be paid for, and why would you put that out there?
So I'd like to take this one. So the foundation of this idea is this whole idea of furnishing the apartment for themselves. So when I first landed here, I had the opportunity to have my parents come with me and furnish my apartment for me. And I decided this is a service that all the students here are looking for, because from time to time I've seen students that survive with bare minimum, just a table and a chair and a bed. So what we want to do is provide them with everything that they want in their room in record time, just like how my parents did it for me when I first got here. And I wanted to provide this service and expand it to all the students. And how we're going to source it is from first we're going to start off with local brands like Hotchkiss, and then we look forward to partnering up with Walmart and Home Depot, where we bring in clients on a regular basis, because we have 3 semesters, and all 3 semesters we have a ton of students coming in looking for apartments, and we're going to have a continuous flow of students that require furniture from time to time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Moving. And we will take a quick commercial while we score you. Thank you so much.
New Brunswick has a long history of global innovation. Perhaps the earliest examples are stone tools, recently discovered in New Brunswick. Dating back approximately 13,000 years, these campsites are providing important glimpses into the lives of these earliest inhabitants of what is now New Brunswick and North America. As a comparison, the Great Pyramids were built 4,500 years ago. In 1918, the Spanish flu impacted a third of the planet's population. New Brunswick responded by creating the first public health ministry in the Commonwealth. We were on the cutting edge of public health reform, including pioneering measures such as social distancing. New Brunswick's list of global innovations doesn't stop there. In 1839, the first scuba tank was invented in St. John, and in 1870, the first snowblower was invented in Dalhousie. NBIF continues the story of innovation. We help New Brunswick innovators solve real-world problems through applied research grants, advice, and access to venture capital. When our portfolio companies exit, we reinvest the returns in the new generation of New Brunswick innovators. To date, NBIF has invested over $100 million in venture capital and applied research in the province. NBIF has helped companies such as Eigen Innovations by funding early-stage research, startup, and growth, taking them to a global level. Radian 6 sold to Salesforce for $326 million US. With stories like these, it's easy to see how innovation continues to drive New Brunswick forward. NBIF. Take your ideas further.
There you go. Tule, Benny's with Tule. Are you here with us?
Yes.
Hey, wonderful to have you guys here. I'm going to drop off the stage and you have 3 minutes to tell us what Tule is all about. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Hi, I'm Alyssa, and with Bernice, we co-founded Tulay. Tulay is a Filipino word for bridge or connect. We identified a big problem that international students in Canada do not have access to adequate healthcare insurance.
So in 2017, my family had to pay over $40,000 in $40,000 in medical fees to cover my brother's injuries. He was an international student and he didn't have the right insurance coverage. It was a time of unimaginable emotional and financial distress. Recently, a news broke about an international student in Manitoba whose family received a medical bill of over $500,000 after his death. Currently, there is no public health insurance plan for international students in 4 provinces like Manitoba and Ontario. In Ontario, universities are mandated to provide Sun Life's UHIP for international students. Other post-secondary and trade schools only suggest and offer insurance plans with limited scope. We see a world where every international student has access to healthcare protection equivalent to all of Canadians.
We'll do this through our virtual insurance platform that will help international students get educated about the Canadian health insurance and connects them to the right insurance policies that meet their needs. What's our opportunity here? There are over 700,000 international students and over 400,000 immigrants arrive in Canada every year. While in the US, over 1.7 million international students combined with immigrants arrive yearly.
In our website, students will create their profiles and access our marketplace to choose from our list of insurance partners. Insurance partners will process their applications and Tulay will earn a commission on every policy sold and will charge these partners a monthly subscription fee. In the next 3 months, we are working to develop our strategic partnerships with visa processing companies and education consulting agencies in the Philippines, in Nigeria, and in India to acquire students abroad. This fall, we will run campus marketing activities in the Waterloo area to capture the over 30,000 students that are coming into the area.
Bernice and I are co-founders, and together we have combined years of experience in project management and strategic marketing. In our team, we have Christopher, an experienced software engineer, and Arshmeet, our strategic partnerships lead. We have 4 insurance partners currently onboarded in our platform who represent WFG and 4 major insurance companies in the country. In the last 5 months, we have created our website MVP, onboarded over 40 clients that we're currently matching with our insurance partners, and we are seeking $50,000 for our pilot launch, website development, and marketing activities. The prize in this pitch competition will help us get started with our technical developments and marketing activities.
So with Tulay, we will provide health insurance protection for international students equivalent to that of Canadians. Thank you very much.
And there you are. Thank you so much. Judges, questions for Bernice and Alyssa Tulay.
I think that was a really great pitch, really great delivery, very much understood. So I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Peter.
Sure. I guess, can you tell me a bit about the target customer and target market? Because I think if you consider population with insurance, and then when you consider the international student, they might be present in Canada for a shorter period of time. So just curious what you've thought about that target customer and the ability to service the insurance for the period that they require it.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. And so one of the things we realized in our research, in our market research on the target consumer, is that over the last 20 years, international students have actually become less likely to leave the country after their studies. International students have been the primary source for population growth here in Canada. And so it's kind of a misconception that international students leave after their degree. They're more likely to immigrate because Canada has programs like the postgraduate work permit that encourage them to stay in the country. So the target market grows on average about 700,000 students come in every year. And so we're looking to serve this market that constantly increases in size. By year 3, we're looking to expand our focus to include all of Canada, as well as immigrants in Canada. And we'll also be considering moving over to the US as well to serve the international student market over there.
Wonderful. I'm someone who's hired students who were both international and local students. I know the burdens in getting PR and insurance and healthcare, there's lots to deal with. So easing one of those many factors is a great initiative. Thanks for your pitch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick question. So how are you going to market to international students outside of the university? So as Peter said, he hires international folks to come work. How are you going to get connected with them?
Right. So we have two buckets of international students and how we acquire this target market. First is for those international students who are still outside Canada. And we'll do that by partnering with visa processing companies as well as educational consulting agencies. And we'll start, because I'm Filipino, we'll start in the Philippines and Nigeria. And one of our team members is in India. And we have good connections with them. We actually have the list of contacts already. And for the second bucket, who are already in Canada, is that we'll partner with educational institutions like colleges and universities and be present during their orientation week.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tule.
So much.
We'll go into commercial right now while we score.
Hello, my name is Norbert Dems. I'm an entrepreneur in residence for Van Innovation. I got asked to talk a little bit why it's a good idea to start your own business now. So times right now are really challenging, and we all fear about the future. Now, I had this experience in 2003 when the dot-com bubble went south and I lost my job because the corporation I was in management got insolvent. I knew what I wanted to change for a long time, and I wanted to do something and have a real impact. So I had my ideas ready, and I used this chance, which I had right now, being unemployed, not putting myself in the line of all those other managers applying for a job, going with my own idea, and going with my own business. So I got my stuff together, I got all my papers together, went for the unemployment money to the government, got a 6-month run rate with the money, and I took this money, make a plan how long it will last, and started my own corporation, my own idea. It lasted me for 1 year because I made a good financial plan, I worked on the side and invested everything back to it. So I started with my own corporation in 2004, which I was able to exit in 2018. So it's a really good idea to look at your business now. If you like those videos, just subscribe on our YouTube channel.
Yes, so our next speaker will be Mohammed with your ride. Hi, Mohammed.
Hi, Kingsley. How are you?
I'm very good. And you?
I'm good.
Awesome. So,
can you please give me a go from 1, 2, 3 before I begin my pitch?
Yeah, awesome. So as soon as I disappear from the screen, you go ahead. Okay?
Okay, sure.
All right. Good luck.
Hi. Do you know that millennial generations are driving less, living in more urbanized area, are facing a higher rate of poverty despite having a job? Well, the recent hike in fuel prices has affected all of the commuters in New Brunswick and all over Canada. Apart from that when I came to Canada as an international student, I had an aim to travel to different cities and explore their culture. However, lack of accessible and cheap transportation was one of the major hindrances. These problems are solved by Your Ride. Your Ride is a carpooling application that helps you drive with drivers who are traveling to a similar location. Well, drivers can set their destination from A to B, from Moncton to St. John at 3 p.m. on a Friday. This will be notified to our users by our application. Our users will be able to select or book a seat in your car by just one single tap. This let you save your gas and also travel for less. Well, I think you might be thinking, how is this different from Uber? Well, we don't let algorithm set your prices. Your ride allows you and gives you one of the most important things in life. It gives you the freedom to set your own prices by bidding. Riders can bid prices for the seat. Well, they can also receive counter offers from the car owners. By this, they can share the price, they can negotiate and travel for less. Most importantly, we charge only 15% commission from drivers as compared to our competitors who charge 25% from the drivers. Your ride hits the 3 triple bottom lines. We help you economically by helping you earn money while you are driving, and also help you save money. Moreover, we help you and we help the environment by reducing the carbon dioxide emissions in the environment. Thirdly, we help you socially by linking you with awesome individuals in your area so that you could create those business links. Therefore, this industry itself has been growing in Canada. This industry is expected to increase by 4 times by 2025. So this is a way to expand in lower density communities through peer-to-peer business model where you can use your car and pick up people from different locations for carpooling. Let's give you the freedom you deserve. Your ride. You set your prices for your ride.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. Honorable judges, questions for Mohammed.
Hi, Jesus. How are you?
Great pitch, Mohammed. My first question would be around the bidding war, right? What happens when the driver has a cost that's lower than expected? So, for example, you want to go to St. John, and all the customers are bidding within $10 to $20. How do you handle the back and forth and also save time?
Okay. So one of the solutions to this problem is that we can set a minimum bidding price levels by comparing the industry level carpooling prices. For example, we can show the customers the industry set prices as compared to Uber for the similar location or the distance, and we will tell them that you can charge only like a 20% or a 50% less prices as compared to Uber. In this way, we might be able to save the drivers as well as giving the customers the power of freedom to bid.
Okay, so how do you make money?
So we make money by charging 15% commissions on the driver's earning. The carpooling, the riders will be paying through our application, and we will be showing the earnings of the driver for the whole month. At the end of the month, we will be charging 15% commission through this app. One more model that we are considering is a subscription model for pay per hour basis that can also be implemented for the drivers who want to use our application.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mohammed. Who are your competitors? You mentioned Uber. There's taxis for sort of within a city, but the example you are talking about across cities. So buses, for example, self-transport. Who do you think are the direct competitors?
Well, we know that in Fredericton, we don't have Uber. We have traditional taxi services that doesn't even allows you to check the profile of the person who you are traveling with. That I, as a person, need to know who I'm traveling with. Maybe as a driver, I could write my interest down there, which set me apart from the competitors, which allows me to know who I'm traveling with, which adds a safety feature as compared to traditional taxi services. Our competitors can also be the big bus services, but they are limited in their time and they're constrained by the timeline as compared to people who are usually traveling on a regular basis intercities for business purposes or maybe to visit their families.
So both intercity and across cities.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Exactly.
For Samantha, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask about safety. That's the only thing I was concerned about because you didn't kind of address how you're vetting your drivers.
Yeah. So the driver, we will run a thorough security check of the driver background history. Moreover, our application has a feature that calls 911 on an instant tap. For example, if you think the driver is shady, you can just tap on the application twice, and it will send a message to the nearby location about your safety features.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Have a great day.
The TME program has gone from very humble beginnings from a handful of students to now we have over 538 students in the program. What has happened is it's been a game changer.
So I think to me what TME is really this culture of friendship, innovation, exposing people to new things. A lot of our students are engineers, of course, so they've come through a rigorous scientific program.
It's mixing research, engineering, real-world business all into one. And you have to deliver. You have to deliver something that people are going to want to buy and people are going to be excited about.
I find it's unique to what other courses offer. Because I'm from electrical engineering background,
It's really nice to step out and see like how that can be applied and develop a product that I feel passionate about.
I think that knowing the business aspect of things is a really big advantage. We had to understand the market and we had to understand the business plan.
The TME program gives you the soft skills to complement your technical skills, and it can just take them so much farther, and they give you the confidence to sort of reach out for opportunity, and it's incredible what they've done.
So after 8 months of working on our senior design project, of coming up with a problem, solving the problem, iterating on it, producing a prototype, going to class every day, right now is the culmination of 8 months, and we're presenting it to members of the community, our mentors, our parents, and judges, and all of that, and we're being marked. And so this was 8 months of work in our final year, all culminating into a half-hour presentation that was a lot of fun.
It was really good to get such positive feedback, and so many people were really impressed with what we had done and where we had come from especially, and it was really nice to know that we had done things well. We are Ambit and we are setting boundaries.
We're Precious Cargo and we're setting the new standard in car seat safety.
We are Stash Energy Storage and we're building affordable energy storage that can be placed in every home.
We are Ceres and we are aligning the stars.
We are Limbic Inc., and we are creating the best riding experience anyone's ever had by creating a smart electric skateboard.
Thank you. Instrumental, Aman.
Hi,
Welcome, Aman.
thank you for having me.
Yes, Aman, you have 3 minutes to tell us about Instrumental as soon as I drop off the stage.
Thanks.
Good luck.
When I arrived in Canada, I felt isolated and observed that other international students felt the same way. Hi, my name is Amanjot Singh, co-founder of Instrumenter, and we offer the easiest transition to university life. Through my venture, I would like to focus on some of the international student problems such as homesickness, cultural shock, language differences, and currency barriers, and some of the university problems like declining retention rates, static communication through university channels, and limited information on websites. Our solution is to create a two-sided student mentorship platform where current international students can mentor prospective international students on jobs, housing, internship, and unfamiliar living circumstances, and on other custom queries so that they feel less homesick and are prepared for the transition to university life. Instrumenter benefits prospective students through mentorship and provides employment opportunity to current students. It provides parents with a peace of mind and it's a cost saving option for them. It also helps universities in targeted advertising and supports their initiative of recruitment and retention. Our competitors include informal groups on social media like Facebook and YouTube, and formal consultancies like IDP and Applyboard, but they lack a cost effective and first hand experience with all the information on a single platform. This is where Instrumenter comes in. Our market size includes over 700,000 international students contributing to 25 billion with a growth of over 33% per year. There has been a 185% increase in international students in Canada between 2010 to 2019. Our revenue model includes B2C model, which is the service charge fees generated by student mentors, and B2B model, which includes membership such as cost-effective packages. For validation, we have over 25 customers in pilot and have generated over $1,000 as informal revenue. We also validated our idea via typeform surveys and found that the biggest pain point with international students is the guidance and the transition. They need the right guidance at the right time to help them with the transition to university life. We also charge students a small amount to verify our model informally. My team members include web developers, web designers, and student mentors. My next milestone is to create a scalable market plan and launch the website in June 22. Being an international student, I've lived through those struggling moments and wish I had some guidance during those times. Moreover, I'm also emotionally invested in this idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aman. Judges, do you have question for Aman?
I was curious about the distribution for your service, how you will ensure there's available mentors for the students that you're targeting. Will you start at specific universities or with certain country targets for international students?
So right now I'm studying in St. Francis Xavier University, so that's my main focus. And we are also in talking terms with NSCC, Dalhousie University, and SMU, and we are partnering with these universities. And we ourselves are, for the soft launch, we are hiring mentors, uh, like formally, and then we'll use the website and go with an online platform. So we have two founders. We are conducting the interviews ourselves for now for the soft launch.
And you said paid mentors. So will they be employees of Instrumentor, or would they be more
It's like a freelancing platform. They won't be employees, but they'll be freelancers.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So what would be the onboarding of these mentors, right? What is that process like? What exactly are you looking out for?
So we have
In
created a form with some series of questions and a basic formal aptitude test. After that, we'll evaluate those tests and then formally conduct meetings, a 5 to 10 minute interview to chat with them, see if they are capable enough, and then we'll do a background check. After that, we'll hire the mentors, and everything will be recorded. So we'll do a time to time survey of their meetings as well.
And how long would this mentorship last?
It's like uh, when people start looking for the universities until they finalize the university. So it's an ever growing market. So international students, they have been on an increase of over 33% a year. So it's we have quite a market.
But how long would that relationship last between the mentor and the international student? So once they're paired together, is it a month, 2 weeks? How long?
It's based on per hour session. So the student can choose. Suppose he's looking for 3 universities, he can choose 3 hour mentorship, or 5 universities for 5 hour mentorship. It's totally up to the student.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Aman.
Thank you, guys.
We will go quickly to check in with one of our sponsors. And I'll be inviting Alicia to come on stage.
Hello.
Hi, Alicia.
Hello, how are you? Sorry, I do apologize because my internet's not very good right now.
No worries. You're here right now.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me here. So I'm from Venn Innovation, and I'm in charge of our garage, which is our early stage incubator, where we help all the startups who are tech-enabled eventually launch and go into business. We're province mandated, so if you're in New Brunswick and have an idea, you're welcome to apply to our open pitches.
Awesome. That is fantastic. So, what are the ideas? How do students get to apply for these pitches?
Yeah, we have an open pitch competition, which is held every quarter. So you guys can go, if you Google theninnovation.com and go to our garage tab, you'll be able to see the apply or to just fill an interest form for when our open pitch competition is it's accepting applications.
Awesome. That's great. So, if I may ask, how often does these pitches happen? Like when you say go and check, people we want to have an idea, quarterly or mid-year, or when do you think people can actually go so they can have effective time management?
I'm sorry, my internet is lagging a lot. Can't really hear. I think we hold them every quarter. We just had one probably a month ago, so we're looking into having the next one maybe around June, July. So I'll keep you posted. So as long as you're a company registered in New Brunswick, which is an early idea, either you haven't had any revenue or you're testing your MVP or it's just an idea, you're very welcome to join us, and we encourage you to apply.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Alicia.
Oh, thank you, Kingsley.
All right. So we will try to check in with Peter. Peter here. Hi, Peter.
Hi, Kingsley. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
So at NBIF, we have a number of programs to support new ideas as well as talent and for businesses. And so for the research side, we have an entire research team and a number of programs and vouchers that range from an AI fund to equipment fund and research professionals. So if you have technical challenges and you need to work with New Brunswick-based institutions, we have an avenue for you here at NBIF where we can provide funding up to 80% for projects, $80,000 contributions. Where I spend my time as a senior investment manager is with the venture work. So we have 3 major programs, venture capital fund where we write checks between $200,000 and $500,000. A startup investment fund for earlier stage ideas. We contribute some of those startup investments through Propel and Energia accelerator programs. So as you progress through the idea into MVP, we encourage you to utilize a lot of those resources. And we also have an innovation voucher where if you have a commercial technical challenge, we will again contribute a portion towards working with an institution. So we are really a talent, idea, and business support engine. We're very founder friendly. And if you would like to talk about, investments, taking your idea to market, trying to find grant money, leveraging funds, NBIF is a great place to start. We do have a mandate to support New Brunswick-based businesses, so we encourage you to incorporate these ideas here in New Brunswick, and then it can really open up opportunities for collaboration. So thanks, Kingsley, for the opportunity to judge and to promote NBIF.
Awesome. That's fantastic. Thanks a lot, Peter. And we'll be calling on Samantha from RBC. Hi, Samantha.
Hi, how are you? I actually didn't know that this was part of the conversation. Nobody mentioned that I'd be talking about RBC as far as the company is concerned, but with my experience that I've worked with RBC for 23 years, I can tell you that it's a great place to work, as well as from a commercial banking perspective. We help businesses on a regular basis get their business plan together, help with their financing, and kind of guide our clients through the process of from a startup right to revenue generating business. So, as far as coming in and talking to any of the small business or commercial bankers, we're here to help and support new businesses in our community. So that would be what we would be doing at RBC.
Thank you so much, Samantha. Thanks, everyone. It's been a wonderful halftime. You've all heard from our pitchers, their ideas. Now we will go for a quick lunch break, and we'll be back here in another 17 minutes. That will be 11:30 AST. Thank you. And there we are again. Welcome back to RBC pitch competition for students for 2022. We would like to welcome Hunter McDonald, the grandson of Harold Bulmer, to speak about the Bulmer Prize that's going to be awarded today.
Thanks, Kingsley. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear, Hunter. You're welcome.
All right, fantastic. Well, good morning, everyone. From the west coast of Canada, I'm in Victoria, British Columbia. It's 7:30, just waking up here. As Kingsley mentioned, I was asked to say a few words because my grandfather was Harold Bulmer. But first, I want to offer a big congratulations to all of you. It takes a lot of guts to get up in front of a group of your peers and pitch. And I'd say that through the entrepreneurial journey, you're never going to stop pitching, whether it's for funding or new co-founders or people you want to recruit. It's an ongoing process. So well done and congratulations to all of you for being here. I'd like to think that parts of my grandfather rubbed off on me. He was certainly an entrepreneur. He did so in an age where there were no computers, so he had to rely on a lot of ingenuity and just pure dedication to his work. And parts of that I've brought through my entrepreneurial journey. My story is I'm from Fredericton, New Brunswick. I grew up there. I moved to Victoria, Canada about 11 years ago to start a company called Tutela Technologies. And over the last 11 years of running that business, we've had 4 different venture capital investors, including East Valley Ventures out of New Brunswick, with a main sponsor investor, Wesley Clover International, out of Ottawa. We've exited twice, first to a private equity company in San Francisco, and then had another successful exit to a new private equity company based out of Boston. And we've also acquired 2 businesses ourselves along the way. So now the company has grown into a group of roughly 250 people operating in 40 countries, from the humble beginnings of being 4 people stuffed in a grad office, so small you couldn't back up without looking behind you to make sure you weren't going to run into anyone, which I'm sure is where a lot of you are today. In thinking back on that journey, I want to impart a few lessons that felt the most important to me from that leg of my journey. So the first lesson is, and probably the most important one, is that ideas don't make businesses, market needs do. So I would strongly recommend against thinking that the process of making a company is sitting down at your desk at home and trying to jot down 10 ideas and then coming up with the best idea on your list. What's way more powerful is go talk to 10 people. Ask them what problems they're facing at work. Ask them what needs they're seeing. And then by getting out there and talking to people, you're establishing market needs, and you can start to pull out themes from all those conversations. And when you start to establish those themes, that's really the birth of a new company. And then you can talk to people about that. And don't be shy about talking to people about those concepts. No one's going to steal your ideas. You have so much more to gain by being open about what you're doing and getting feedback than you have any risk of anyone trying to rip you off, which just practically isn't going to happen. The other thing I think is really important to understand is that this stage is all about product market fit, not about financials and unit economics. Like there will be a time when all of that will become the most important thing when you're in scaling and that part of your life cycle. But in this moment, what's way more powerful for investors to show them that your product is really resonating with your clients. So I'd say focus that first and foremost. And then my last thing I'd want to impart is that you should really view being an entrepreneur as being a journey in personal growth. Unlike being at a large company, when you're bootstrapping a business or starting a business, there's going to be parts of it that'll play to your strengths, and there's going to be parts that play to your weaknesses. And you can't hide from any of it. And that means that you will come face to face with the things that you're not good at. And success is going to rely on embracing that part of the challenge, rising to that part of the challenge, and ultimately growing as a person. And growing as a person will mean growth for your business. So definitely keep that in mind as you go forward, and stay open to that challenge. Thanks so much for letting me speak to everyone, Kingsley. Appreciate it.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, Hunter, for coming on board and sharing your experience and your ideas and some good advice for our pitchers today to know that it's not an easy journey, but it's worth it. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
So our next picture will be Mineral Tech. Huda from Mineral Tech.
Hello, thank you for having me.
Yeah, how are you doing today?
I'm good, how are you doing?
Very good. So Huda, the idea is you have 3 minutes. As soon as I step off the stage, you can start speaking about Mineral Tech to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our phones are made of so many intricate parts that we don't think twice about their source. The most important part of any electronic device really is their screen. Thousands and thousands of LCDs and OLEDs are broken down and thrown away every year. However, did you know that these clear sheets are made of a very rare metal of which the stock is depleting very rapidly? That's why my fellow teammates and I created Mineral Tech. Hi, my name is Huda Hijawi, and I'm a second-year chemical engineering student at UNB. Mineral Tech is a state-of-the-art technology parts recycling facility aimed to recycle indium tinoxide electronic waste while also utilizing New Brunswick's existing indium resources. Indium tinoxide is an important component used in LCD screen as an applied film that improves on electric conductivity and performance of the screens. The world's indium reserves are very low. With increasing demand for cell phones, TVs, and computers, it will eventually surpass the supply. However, by recycling ITO films and recovering indium, Mineral Tech's facility will be able to sustain demand by providing sufficient supply. All based in New Brunswick, not only will we be able to utilize the waste LCDs and ITO films collected from around the community and outside, we're also able to venture into the mining sector by utilizing the ore available in Mount Pleasant, New Brunswick, and therefore enriching New Brunswick's economy. Our key design is our state-of-the-art extraction and purification process of indium. Our end product is characterized by 99.997% purity, the highest out there in the market. And we also believe in the necessity of sustainable development and have worked to make our facility designed to be environmentally friendly by seeking NB Class 3 air quality permit and following ISO 4001 guidelines. The ITO production market is assessed to reach $3.46 billion in 2025 compared to $2.59 billion in 2015, giving an average yearly increase of $174 million. Since our target clients are high production electronics companies that use LCD and OLED screens, our competitive prices will be appealing, and we could expect to make $120,000 per ton of ITO produced. We want to enforce the importance of recycling waste indium to help leading technological companies meet the market demand, while keeping in mind the environmental benefit of recycling. With the plan to start with a 25 tons per year production rate, we expect our sales for the first year to surpass the $1 million threshold without disturbing the market demand versus supply stability. We're seeking around $500,000 in funding to further increase our project research and start test production lines to finalize the operation plan and economic analysis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for Mineral Tech?
Thanks so much. I'm curious about the target customers for your product. It's great that this sort of extraction and work can be done here in New Brunswick, but I'm just wondering if the target customers for your product are here, or is that possibly, are they elsewhere? That would introduce possibly some distribution challenges, I guess.
So for our main product, which would be the indium tinoxide, our target customers are big, mainly cell phone companies like Samsung, Apple, etc., because they're the people who use the ITO films for their electric conductivity. However, we do have other side products that we can produce, like hydrogen, that could be sold to Irving Oil and the Yeah, but mainly for the ITO, it will be distributed outside because that's where the other major companies are located.
So just like produce it here and ship it to the point of manufacturing where they are located. Okay, thank you.
Okay, really great pitch. My one question would be around your competition, right? How much do you have any competition in Canada, or are they based in the US? I didn't catch that during the pitch.
So our main competition is actually in China and South Korea and Japan. So it's mainly in Asia. That's where the most amount of indium recycling is done, and that's the biggest market out there. However, in Canada, there's a big market demand for recycling indium and for the indium like reserves to be, because they're getting depleted. So having this facility in New Brunswick is going to be the first of its kind in New Brunswick, and we will be able to utilize the ore existing in Mount Pleasant while also collecting the glass from the New Brunswick community and the rest of Canada and recycling it.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's a great pitch. I was just wanted to know a little bit more about, from an employee standpoint, do you have the skills in New Brunswick to be able to continue with the next steps for this project?
Yes, so this is part of our design project with my fellow teammates in chemical engineering. What we're basically doing is we're researching how to build this facility and creating the whole design process for an investor to utilize our work and actually make it an actual facility.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
The potential of a place comes down to people. When we talk about what a place could be, we imply that if only someone did something, the situation would be different. And by now, we more or less know what to do. Once the basics like health, safety, and education are covered, we need all sorts of people creating their own value and meaning in a place. We understand this implicitly, to the point of cliche. It's all the small stuff working in harmony that makes a place get better with age. And yet, being small in a global marketplace is still really hard. Whether you're a business, an artist, a farmer, or a city, how do you compete? That's the question I used to ask. How can our place be special enough to survive in the global food chain? But I realized over time that you can't win that competition. You can only strive to be the best version of yourself. And the most magnetic and impactful step we could take, the no shortcuts path to improvement, was to just do something about it.
Fredericton is on the east coast of Canada in a wonderful province called New Brunswick, which is just above Maine, just west of Nova Scotia, and just east of Quebec. Pretty good? Yep.
This story takes place in a city that's probably a lot like yours. It's a nice place to live, but you wouldn't know it from the stats or the headlines. Things could be a lot better, to say the least. It starts out with these people: a professor, a designer, an architect, and a placemaker. That's me. We found each other because we were getting frustrated by unmet potential. We got tired of seeing people give up on great ideas because they didn't have the right support. So, we're trying to become that support, and it's taken the form of a summer program. We wondered what would happen if we took 3 months and gave everything we could to a handful of aspiring entrepreneurs.
Awesome, welcome back. Can we have a packing finder, Ioannis and Shivan? Yes, we can hear you. You have 3 minutes to tell us about packing finder.
$17 million per year. That's how much we estimate the city of Fredericton, where we are based, and its residents are losing because of difficulties in searching for parking.
Surprising? Yes. Insignificant? Probably not. This number is based on research by INRIX and is calculated by taking their number for the US, which is $96 billion with a B, and finding the equivalent amount for Fredericton based on population proportions.
When we learned about this, we thought there was an opportunity here, an opportunity to deliver some real value and an opportunity to grow a business. So 2 questions came to mind when we learned about the scale of this problem. 1, why does searching for parking cost so much?
And 2, what is the solution?
The INRIX report answers the first question. We can summarize it in just 4 points: wasted time, wasted fuel, extra pollution and associated costs, and reduced demand for businesses because of difficult to find parking.
So the second question, what is the solution? In 3 words, making parking easier. The technology exists, and all that is needed is to apply it. The technology exists in form of programs and hardwares like cameras that are able to identify parking spots that are occupied versus unoccupied. Where we come in is the application. We plan to connect drivers to this technology via web-based applications and smartphone apps. Drivers are informed of the number of available parking spaces as well as where they might find them, either before they depart for a destination or on the go. You can think of it as an extension to Google Maps.
That's the tech and software part. How about the business side of things? Well, we envision 3 kinds of customers: 1, drivers; 2, businesses; and 3, municipalities or cities and towns. For each of these, we have a different value proposition. For drivers, $350 saved per year. That's according to INRIX's research, and it's equivalent to about $30 per month. But we plan to provide the service to drivers for free so as to get as many users as possible. For businesses, our main source of revenue, our preliminary calculations suggest that shopping malls, for example, in Fredericton, could stand to make about $500,000 in profits per year using our services. That's $40K per month, so lots of room for subscription fees. Other businesses can also benefit from ad space or general anonymized parking data. Finally, we have municipalities. Municipalities might want to subsidize us if it means money saved for taxpayers, reduce traffic, or reduce pollution.
So we haven't introduced ourselves. Who are we? I'm Shivam.
And I'm Johannes.
We are a couple of computer science students that have a passion for tech, entrepreneurship, and making a positive impact in our community. And what better way to do that than by saving the city and its residents $17 million per year.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions for Parking Finder?
I'll go first. In this scenario, like I live in Fredericton, so I'm very familiar with parking in Fredericton, and yes, it has its challenges, but it's not to the same extent, say, for parking in Toronto or in Halifax or one of those areas. How do you think you'll be able to apply this technology, this app, to different locations? And from a revenue standpoint, I understand where you're saying the businesses can make ad space and you're the biggest source of revenue, but have you approached any places like the mall to determine if they'd be interested in this?
We haven't approached any of these businesses, and that's for 2 reasons. One is that this is mostly just an idea pitch. Like, this is something that we came up with for a design project, so we're not actually thinking of starting this business. But if we do have a model for how this would work, and approaching businesses is like with a pitch is the idea, trying to give them a solid grasp of exactly, and with numbers of exactly how they can stand to profit. So our estimates on how much profits they can make, we think they were a little bit conservative, but it would require a bit more research to complete.
Could you elaborate on your value prop and the cost? Seems like cameras required for parking is high infrastructure cost. Is that something you're tapping into existing infrastructure, or that you'd bring? And maybe I'm a driver in Fredericton, and I'm not really understanding how I would save $30 a month. If you could touch on those points, that would be great.
Yes. So as a driver myself, I don't think I personally would pay for the app. I wouldn't pay $30 for the app. So we'll be providing this to drivers for free, so as to get them onto the platform. The research suggests that they would be saving $350 per year in terms of, I guess, reduced costs, having to pay less for fuel, and also saving on time. But drivers are not going to be paying that. So we just want to we'll take the Google Maps model and just give it to them for free. And then we would approach businesses and convince them that their customer base would increase, that they'll get more demand for their business by more people going to their businesses. We would have to have actual concrete data that supports that and statistics, and they're more likely to be convinced by that sort of thing than drivers. So drivers get it for free. Businesses, we'll convince them this is actually going to increase your profits. And then the other sources of revenue would be anybody that wants like ads, or maybe people want to use the parking data, anonymized, of course. We haven't looked into how much that could provide, but we did. You asked about infrastructure costs, so we wouldn't be using existing infrastructure. We would be installing it via contractors. We know that the technology exists and people are doing this. According to our research on like what the cost would be, they're lower than what our projected revenue is. But again, the projected revenue requires some research.
Thank you very much, Pathfinder. And that will be it for you. Thanks a lot.
New Brunswick has a long history of global innovation. Perhaps the earliest examples are stone tools, recently discovered in New Brunswick. Dating back approximately 13,000 years, these campsites are providing important glimpses into the lives of these earliest inhabitants of what is now New Brunswick and North America. As a comparison, the Great Pyramids were built 4,500 years ago. In 1918, the Spanish flu impacted a third of the planet's population. New Brunswick responded by creating the first public health ministry in the Commonwealth. We were on the cutting edge of public health reform, including pioneering measures such as social distancing. New Brunswick's list of global innovations doesn't stop there. In 1839, the first scuba tank was invented in St. John, and in 1870, the first snowblower was invented in Dalhousie. NBIF continues the story of innovation. We help New Brunswick innovators solve real-world problems through applied research grants, advice, and access to venture capital. When our portfolio companies exit, we reinvest the returns in the new generation of New Brunswick innovators. To date, NBIF has invested over $100 million in venture capital and applied research in the province. NBIF has helped companies such as Eigen Innovations by funding early-stage research, startup, and growth, taking them to a global level. Radian 6 sold to Salesforce for $326 million US. With stories like these, it's easy to see how innovation continues to drive New Brunswick forward. NBIF, take your ideas further.
Awesome. Our next pitcher is Enoch from Gido. Hi, Enoch. Hi, Enoch.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, yeah, good.
Okay, you have 3 minutes as soon as I get off the stage to tell us about Gido. Thank you.
Thank you. Thinking of scams that are happening with events reminds me of a friend who was scammed on Facebook trying to buy
Hello, Enoch. I think it's frozen. We can't hear you.
a cheaper ticket and platforms.
We can.
Sorry, can you hear me?
You're breaking up. It was frozen a bit.
Sorry, I'm just going to switch up to my microphone, my computer microphone. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay, hi, Enoch.
Hello, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you, but I think this problem has to do with your internet. Did you take a look on the internet because you have only one more time to go?
Oh, okay. Can you hear me clearly now?
Yes, I can hear you. You want to try it again? If we lose you, and
Yeah,
that
I
will be
want to try.
okay.
Okay.
The stage is yours.
Are you able to? Okay. Thinking of scams that happen with events reminds me of a friend who was scammed on Facebook, trying to buy a cheaper ticket to watch his favorite band perform live at the Avenir Center in Moncton. If very bought it, maybe it won't be an example here today. Most of the tickets purchased online or on-site are not secured, so scammers can promote fake tickets on Facebook and other online platforms. Victims end up losing their personal and financial information, which is then used for fraudulent acts. This is how we are planning to fix this problem. Hello, my name is Enoch. I'll be presenting Guido. Guido will use blockchain technology to ensure the safe transaction of event tickets that will be displayed on a public ledger, therefore protecting event organizers and eliminating scalpers. For event organizers, it will give them access to a dashboard where they can create, manage tickets and event attendees. In this dashboard, they will be able to set a fixed price that cannot be altered with the use of our technology. In addition, copyright owners will be able to track and manage the transactions of their copyright permission. As an extra feature, we will also create communities where event attendees can connect with each other. And this is how we are going to implement our application. We will create collections of event tickets in digital form using smart contract, which is a program that runs on the Ethereum blockchain, where the code and data reside at a specific address on the blockchain. This will make all the transactions of digital items purchased on our platform visible on a public ledger that cannot be falsified by other entities. The event organizers will then create, promote, and sell these tickets on our platform, which will be transferred directly to the attendees' digital wallet. Furthermore, we will permit event attendees to sell their digital assets and copyright to others within our application. After our software application has been fully developed, we will charge some percentage from each transaction performed on our application. Speaking of competitors, several companies in the market also offer ticketing services. An example is Eventbrite, a ticketing platform that allows event organizers to create, promote, and sell tickets. And our competitive advantage is that major companies like Eventbrite don't offer a safe ticketing solution to events in the virtual reality world. Our application will allow event organizers to sell tickets for events in both the real and virtual reality world using blockchain technology. In summary, we believe that building platforms on blockchain technology can generate not only a source of living, but also a lifestyle. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Enoch. Tosin. Tosin, can you go ahead if you have a question?
Yeah, great, great pitch, Enoch. But I was going to ask, how much primary research has gone into Gitto? How much primary research have you done trying to conceptualize Gitto?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. So we have like 5 people and we have 3 students from the commerce department who are doing research about the business side of the project, Gidu. So like we've done some research about how we could implement this in Canada, and like we've also done research on how we can get partners to use our application, and also how to reach our market, like to reach our targets. And we've also hired someone who is going to be a consultant for us with our partners, like the people who will be using our platforms.
Awesome, thank you.
No worries.
You mentioned, Enoch, the competitors, Eventbrite, I would say Ticketmaster as well. A lot of guarantees and kind of fraud prevention. Are you competing with those, or are those possible partners for your blockchain approach of the technology?
So we are actually, but one thing that makes our projects Gidu different from them is that we're using a which is more secured And blockchain technology is the future of ticketing and itself. And also, I can talk about Facebook. Like, I don't know if you guys know recent in the focus of Facebook, like they switch from social media to focus on virtual reality world. So this seems to be the future where people will be having events, like they're trying to connect virtual and real world events. So like when people start event in virtual reality platform, because their platform is not built on the blockchain, but our platform is going to be built on the blockchain technology, where people can use this ticket in the metaverse, which is also the virtual.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That'll be all for Guido.
Okay,
Thank you.
So you're getting super excited about an idea. Have you spoken to anyone about it though? Maybe you've spoken to your friends and family and they're supporting you, telling you that it's an awesome concept and they want you to develop it. What about competition? Have you done some research about it? Sometimes just a few keywords on a Google search will be more than enough to show you if there's competition or someone has ever thought the same thing that you have just thought. Why am I telling you this? Well, think about it. There are almost 8 billion people in the planet. That means that there are at least 7.5 billion ideas floating out there. So to think that your idea is something that no one has ever thought about before might be a little bit off. But what if you find competition? Well, don't get too discouraged. Competition means that the idea has proven to be successful. So now you just have to do something different to tailor it to the market that you want to target. Okay, you've done some pre-evaluation of your idea now. Congratulations. What do you do next? How do you plan what your business is going to look like? A business canvas model is a good way to start. If you want to see more of our awesome videos, subscribe to our channel.
Try that again.
Our next picture will be Tachel.
And Noor. Hello.
Yeah. That'll be right here audio. Okay. Okay. Tachel, you have 3 minutes. As soon as I get off the stage, we can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect.
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I'm trying to study, but I'm not a visual learner at all. Yeah, it sucks. I wish I had a real human voice to listen to.
We can hear that's Noor. Yeah, can you take a look at your mic?
We're using the same computer, so if you can hear me, you should be able to hear her.
Yeah, we can hear you and we can hear Noor. I don't know why.
She'll just speak louder.
Yeah, just check a little bit and then speak louder, okay?
Okay, perfect.
So you got this. Let's go.
Thank you. I'm trying to study, but I'm not a visual learner at all. Yeah, it sucks. I wish I had a real human voice to listen to.
I don't know why we can't hear her. I don't know why.
We're using the same. We'll try one more time. Come closer
I
to
don't
me.
understand that. So yes, probably come closer and then.
Okay, we'll come really close and we'll yell really loud.
Okay, try talking to me. Try talking to me now. You. We can't hear you.
Okay, this side. I think the mic's on this side. How about now?
Yes, right now. Yes.
Okay, let's move it. Yeah. Is this better?
Yes, this is better.
Okay.
So let's go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hey, Tashal, what are you up to? I'm trying to. Wait,
Are you using a text-to-speech device? Yeah. Well, haven't you heard?
I think there's a concern with the microphone on the laptop. I think it's selective also. So do you have a headset you can use?
You have a headset? No. I don't have a headset.
We can hear both of you. So we started hearing you, Noor, and then you displaced Tashel.
We just have one person talk.
Yeah, can you stay the same way you are? And then Tashel, can you try to talk? Yeah, so probably bring your face closer to Noor. Okay, so try again.
Can you hear me? This is a good voice.
Yeah, I can hear Noor.
Okay. Can you hear me?
No.
Can you hear me?
Very.
New Brunswick has a long history of global innovation. Perhaps the earliest examples are stone tools, recently discovered in New Brunswick. Dating back approximately 13,000 years, these campsites are providing important glimpses into the lives of these earliest inhabitants of what is now New Brunswick and North America. As a comparison, the Great Pyramids were built 4,500 years ago. In 1918, the Spanish flu impacted a third of the planet's population. New Brunswick responded by creating the first public health ministry in the Commonwealth. We were on the cutting edge of public health reform, including pioneering measures such as social distancing. New Brunswick's list of global innovations doesn't stop there. In 1839, the first scuba tank was invented in St. John, and in 1870, the first snowblower was invented in Dalhousie. NBIF continues the story of innovation. We help New Brunswick innovators solve real-world problems through applied research grants, advice, and access to venture capital. When our portfolio companies exit, we reinvest the returns in the new generation of New Brunswick innovators. To date, NBIF has invested over $100 million in venture capital and applied research in the province. NBIF has helped companies such as Eigen Innovations by funding early-stage research, startup, and growth, taking them to a global level. Radian 6 sold to Salesforce for $326 million US. With stories like these, it's easy to see how innovation continues to drive New Brunswick forward. NBIF, take your ideas further.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear no. Okay.
Okay, so I'll just do mine. So, Tashelle was using an assisted speech device, which isn't really helpful. So we're actually co-founders of Right Here Audio. Right Here Audio was born during our degrees. I was doing my master's in neuroscience, and Tashelle was doing her undergrad in bio. And throughout our studies, we had countless readings.
We're seriously challenged with your audio system. You might need to step aside and take a look, set it up. We'll move on with the next speaker, and we'll see where we'll fix you. Thank you. The next speaker will be Hello Mia.
Hey, thank you, Kingsley.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. You have 3 minutes as soon as I step off the stage to tell us about Hello Mia. Good luck.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Debjyoti, and I'm the founder of Hello Mia. Hello Mia is a virtual smart device that aims to help Alzheimer patients lead a normal life like any other human being. It also helps the caregivers by sending them alerts and notifications about the Alzheimer patients. This idea occurred to me while I was watching the movie The Notebook, and then later on I did some research and found that there are limited tech solutions available for this problem. Now let's dive deep into the problem. There are 55 million Alzheimer patients globally as of now, and this number is increasing. As per WHO, World Health Organization, This number is going to be 130 million by 2030 and 80 million by 2025. This is the seventh most deadliest disease which causes death in the entire world and is the primary cause of instability for older patients. The sad part is there is no cure for this. They have to be dependent on the caregivers. Now, there are two types of caregivers, paid and unpaid. Unpaid being primarily the family members. As per Canadian government, last year almost 15.2 billion hours of unpaid caregiving was given to Alzheimer patients, which in terms of revenue would be somewhere around $250 billion. This is roughly 50% of Walmart's revenue last year, or 12 times the revenue of McDonald's. Apart from the monetary, it causes work life imbalance for the caregivers and also causes a lot of emotional distress, as a result of which there has been a decline in the number of caregivers over a period of time by roughly 10% over 5 years. So the situation we have is the number of Alzheimer patients is increasing and the number of caregivers are decreasing. So we have Helomia. Helomia is a virtual device which captures physiological information through sensors from the patient's body, like respiratory information, heart rate, pulse oximetry, temperature, and then stores this data in a central cloud server. Then it uses AI, artificial intelligence, and deep learning techniques to understand this data and analyze and then trigger information and alerts to the patient's caretakers. And also, it has the ability to forecast the likely event of memory loss ahead of time. So, and now coming to financials, we have an initial investment cost of $700,000. And in the first 2 years, we are expecting a revenue of $3.3 million with an EBITDA profit of around $330,000. With this, I'd like to conclude my pitch by
Thank
asking
you.
you for your mentorship.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, Mia. Thanks a
Thank
lot. Samantha, do you have a question for Hello, Mia?
Yeah, I would like to ask, so who is this product being sold to? Is it sold to the patients, the doctors, the caretakers? Who's buying this? The caretakers. Okay. And so if the caretakers are purchasing this, what is what would be the benefit to them for them to purchase this for the patient?
So there are like many benefits. So the first benefit is the time they have to invest, because like handling an Alzheimer patient is very difficult. They can be dangerous for themselves as well as for the caregiver. Like while taking bath, they can forget and they will leave on the water. Water will be flowing. Let's say they are cooking, the gas will be on, the stove will be on, and they might move out and forget things. They might forget having breakfast. So it's quite a challenging job, and you have to be with the patient all the time. But with Hello Mia, you can medically monitor the patient. You can, and you will get notifications. Like, let's say, if the patient had breakfast, you'll get a notification, okay, the patient had breakfast. If the patient has entered into the washroom, then there will be a notification, okay, the patient has been in the washroom. If the patient has, like, the body temperature has increased, they will get the notification. If the heart rate increases, they will get the notification, okay, so it somehow eases the time. That's the main criteria. I hope I answered your question.
For the technology, excuse me, in the sensor, you're mentioning tracking heart rate, temperature, things I think maybe Fitbit or Apple Watch are tracking, or are you trying to match some of the monitoring that happens at the hospital level?
No, we are trying to monitor something which happens at the hospital level, because this is going to be a tech company and not a medical company. But then we need to have all the parameters, because it is a very high risk product. So people's lives are at stake. So we will like to record all the physiological parameters on a medical level and not at a Fitbit level or an Apple Watch level.
I just have a follow-up, if that's okay. I'm curious why Alzheimer's? It sounds like fairly general biometrics that are being tracked. So what's the tie into Alzheimer's specifically versus other recovery needs?
I'm sorry, I didn't get your question. Please come again.
So considering Alzheimer's application, looks like you're tracking general biometrics. So why Alzheimer's versus other recovery needs?
Alzheimer's versus other recovery needs, like in terms of what?
Like other illnesses, diseases, injuries.
Okay. So Alzheimer's, because this is a disease which is incurable as of now, and it's consistently increasing, and there is a dependency on caregivers. So there is a gap. The number of caregivers are decreasing, and the number of Alzheimer patients are increasing over a period of time. So there is a gap in the market which needs to be filled up. While and the focus initially is on the Alzheimer patient.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
New Brunswick has a long history of global innovation. Perhaps the earliest examples are stone tools, recently discovered in New Brunswick. Dating back approximately 13,000 years, these campsites are providing important glimpses into the lives of these earliest inhabitants of what is now New Brunswick and North America. As a comparison, the Great Pyramids were built 4,500 years ago. In 1918, the Spanish flu impacted a third of the planet's population. New Brunswick responded by creating the first public health ministry in the Commonwealth. We were on the cutting edge of public health reform, including pioneering measures such as social distancing. New Brunswick's list of global innovations doesn't stop there. In 1839, the first scuba tank was invented in St. John, and in 1870, the first snowblower was invented in Dalhousie. NBIF continues the story of innovation. We help New Brunswick innovators solve real-world problems through applied research grants, advice, and access to venture capital. When our portfolio companies exit, we reinvest the returns in the new generation of New Brunswick innovators. To date, NBIF has invested over $100 million in venture capital and applied research in the province. NBIF has helped companies such as Eigen Innovations by funding early-stage research, startup, and growth, taking them to a global level. Radian 6 sold to Salesforce for $326 million US. With stories like these, it's easy to see how innovation continues to drive New Brunswick forward. NBIF, take your ideas further.
Yes, let's bring on again. Right Here Audio.
Hello, we changed computers. We're back and ready. Can you hear us both?
Can you hear us?
Awesome, we can hear you loud and clear. You got
Perfect.
the stage. Go ahead.
So can we just start from the beginning?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay. Hey Tishal, what are you up to?
I'm trying to study, but I'm not a visual learner at all.
Wait, are you using a text-to-speech device?
Yeah, it sucks. I wish I had a real human voice to listen to.
Well, haven't you heard of Right Here Audio?
Hi, I'm Tishel.
And I'm Noor.
And we're the co-founders of Right Here Audio. Right Here Audio was born during our degrees, Noor doing her master's in neuroscience and myself doing my bachelor's in biology. Throughout our studies, we have had countless of readings from journal articles, chapter readings, textbook readings, assignment syllabi, and so much more.
And we're just your typical average students, so could you imagine being a student with a visual or reading impairment having to sift through and study all of that content alone? This is the reality for over 1.5 million visually impaired Canadians and 10% of the population who have a reading impairment.
Another reality is that here in Canada and internationally, reading is a human right. Education is legislated as a fundamental social good, but so many people fall through the cracks all the time.
For example, our friend Alex is visually impaired, and as a U-Windsor student, he told us that he wished he had the choice to listen to human-narrated learning content and have that peer support throughout his studies.
As we see audiobooks get more and more popular, we continue to see this gap as there aren't many audio recordings of academic or scientific literature. We would love to bridge this gap and provide audio readings for all students. So far, several university science professors here have collaborated with us and given us journal articles to read for their students. We want to continue closing this gap and provide readings to all students. And moving on from journal articles, going to textbook readings, to those assignments, syllabi, and so much more. With your help, we want to take this from the University of Windsor to all universities Canada-wide and throughout the world.
Currently, we would use the extra funding to reinvest back into our equipment and outreach campaigns. We would use it to decrease turnaround time and the volume of recordings and our marketing campaigns to reach more people with reading impairments who deserve the same educational opportunities as you and I do. We hope to support students with reading impairments to reach their full potential, achieve an equitable quality education, and enter the labor force for a better future.
Wow. Take my money.
Help us expand accessibility
right here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for working with us.
Yeah, Hossein.
Yeah.
Peter, this time? Peter, do you have a question?
Sorry, I'm not sure, but echo. I'm not sure where the echo is coming from. Yeah, I think it's a lot better now. Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, it was a great pitch. It was worth the wait. So how much research has gone into the device, and how is it going to work? It was not very clear, so maybe just a little more explanation on that.
Absolutely. So what we've done is hold some casual interviews with individuals who have a blindness or a reading impairment. So that can range from somebody who had a traumatic injury that took away their sight, some people who are born with blindness, people with ADHD or dyslexia that have issues reading. So we've asked one-to-one interviews and asked them, does an assistive device help? And would you prefer a different alternative? And so they let us know that their assistive devices are very difficult to follow. I don't know if you've ever heard it, but it sounds very robotic. It sounds very jointed and just disorienting for somebody who's trying to learn and immerse themselves in the content. So they let us know that there is a market for audiobooks that exist, but there's a gap for learning academic material. So we would like to fill that gap for any kind of student who has a reading impairment, who wants human narrated audio. So how it works is that right now we are just asking professors for their learning material for each course, and then narrating it ourselves and reading it so that they have access to it, their students have access to it. And we also work one-to-one with people who have reading impairments. So if they request a book or a article or a news article or anything like that, we will read it as an audio file and share that with them. I hope that answers the question.
And another thing that we've seen, especially with the journal articles, was that if you use an assistive device or something to scan it, it'll read everything. It'll read the page number, it'll read the figure caption. And when you're studying, you want the information first, then you want to go back into and look at the figures. So it's just that normal human order that science students would read through. They don't have that with their assistive devices.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you.
Just one question, I guess text-to-speech technologies in general, I guess, is the alternative, but the benefit is automating a large number of content. So with the more manual approach, what are you focused on first, and where do you want to expand? Do you see that scaling issue?
Right, that's an awesome question. So right now, it's just Tichelle and myself and any kind of student volunteer. The way that we have it set up is, so at the University of Windsor, they have a note-taking initiative where any student who is enrolled in a course at that time can take notes for other students who have accessibility barriers. So we were thinking we would just use that model. So if we ever need narrated audio content, we can have.
Thank you right here, audio. That will be it. Thanks a lot.
We really appreciate.
name is Norbert Dems. I'm an entrepreneur in residence for Venn Innovation. I got asked to talk a little bit why it's a good idea to start your own business now. Some times right now are really, really challenging and we all fear about the future. Now, I had this experience in 2003 when the dot-com bubble went south and I lost my job because the corporation I was in management got insolvent. I knew what I wanted to change for a long, long time, and I wanted to do something and have a real impact. So I had my ideas ready, and I used this chance, which I had right now, being unemployed, not putting myself in the line of all those other managers applying for a job, going with my own idea, and going with my own business. So I got my stuff together, I got all my papers together, went for the unemployment money to the government, got a 6-month runway with the money. I took this money, make a plan how long it will last, and started my own corporation, my own idea. It lasted me for 1 year because I made a good financial plan, I worked on the side and invested everything back to it. So I started with my own corporation in 2004, which I was able to exit in 2018. So it's a really good idea to look at your business now. If you like those videos, just subscribe on our YouTube channel.
Hello. Just to let you know, we have Health Minister is not here at the moment, and therefore we'll just move to the next picture online, which will be virtual quiet. Every.
Hello. You hear me properly?
Excellent. We can hear you loud and clear. Every,
Excellent.
you have 3 minutes to tell us about virtual quiet as soon as I drop off the stage.
Perfect. Do you find you don't have enough time in the day? In the past 2 years, since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, the rate of depression among American adults has raised from 16.6 to 41.1%. According to surveys conducted in France and Italy, upwards of 46% to 54% of people never relax in any capacity. In addition, people who do relax can find it easy to see that their relaxation activities don't do anything to give them any benefit. Virtual Quiet is a relaxation and cognitive behavioral therapy application that's designed to help people relax and enjoy their own time better. It's about slowing down your life and enjoying the space between the words instead of the words themselves. It's about getting rid of the societal notion that your self-worth is tied to your productivity and just being happy. Virtual Quiet uses virtual reality to drown out every other distraction a person could face whenever they are trying to relax, and provides journaling and cognitive behavioral therapy techniques that allow them to delve deeper into the underlying mechanisms that drive their thoughts, fears, and desires. Unlike other applications on the market that serve the mental health market space, Virtual Quiet is less focused on passively listening to audio, as it is engaging the user in an active, self-driven journey into their own mind, framed around a mental science. According to Adam Savage, famous Mythbuster, the only difference between screwing around and science is writing it down, which is the motivation to write down a journal and use that as your exploration into yourself. Virtual Quiet is available on the mobile phone for iPhone and Android in both VR and non-VR formats, allowing users to switch quickly between them depending on their situation. Virtual Quiet can be used as little as 30 seconds every day, because really any amount of time is the right amount of time for the user. It is directly in their control, and they should be the ones driving their own journey. Virtual Quiet is planned to release with a subscription service of $2.99 a month, $25 a year, or an undetermined permanent purchase to permanently allow you to have access to Virtual Quiet. And it is always available and works offline, even in airplane mode, so that you know your data is entirely secured to you. My name is Avery, and if this sounds nice to you, I'd invite you to relax with me in the Virtual Quiet. Thank you.
Thanks, Avery. Questions for Virtual Quiet?
favorite, Samantha. I think we met at another pitch competition previously. As far as, didn't you have glasses that were going to be sold as part of the application at some point?
Yes, I do. I've moved on to having that as a referral package as well, so I don't have to manufacture them myself, but I still get the income from referring users. And that gives people a wider range of selection if they want maybe a comfier headset or something really, really simple that's cheap, or even to make their own with a DIY instruction package to make it more personal.
All right.
Thanks, Avery. I've seen a few, I guess, meditation apps and other mental mindfulness sort of apps. Could you talk about where you see, competitors? And I'm also curious. I assume it's a paid.
Yes. So competitors, the biggest ones are obviously Headspace and Calm, which take up 58% of the marketplace. But they are very focused on listening to audio, whereas Virtual Quiet is more for user engagement, trying to get them to write their own journal or participate themselves. So that's the big differentiator, as well as the virtual reality aspect, in which the ritual of putting on the virtual headset right before starting your mindfulness activities acts as a sort of Pavlovian trigger that allows the user to enter their mindfulness headspace a lot easier over time. And that's the main drivers.
Cost, what do you charge for the app?
Oh, the application, I'm expecting to do a subscription service of $2.99 a month, which will allow me to continue making new activities, starting with very broad journaling activities and moving on to more focused therapy activities as the life goes on.
Yeah, thank you. Will that be all questions for Avery?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
The TME program has gone from very humble beginnings, from a couple of handful of students, to now we have over 538 students in the program. What has happened is it's been a game changer.
So I think to me what TME is really this culture of friendship, innovation, exposing people to new things. A lot of our students are engineers, of course, so they've come through a rigorous scientific program.
It's mixing research, engineering, real-world business all into one, and you have to deliver. You have to deliver something that people are going to want to buy and people are going to be excited about.
I find it's unique to what other courses offer. Because I'm from electrical engineering background, it's really nice to step out and see how that can be applied and develop a product that I feel passionate about.
I think that knowing the business aspect of things is a really big advantage. We had to understand the market and we had to understand the business plan.
The TME program gives you the soft skills to complement your technical skills, and it can just take them so much farther, and they give you the confidence to sort of reach out for opportunity, and it's incredible what they've done.
So after 8 months of working on our senior design project, of coming up with a problem, solving the problem, iterating on it, producing a prototype, going to class every day, right now is the culmination of 8 months, and we're presenting it to members of the community, our mentors, our parents, and judges, and all of that, and we're being marked. And so this was 8 months of work in our final year, all culminating into a half-hour presentation that was a lot of fun.
It was really good to get such positive feedback, and so many people were really impressed with what we had done and where we had come from especially, and it was really nice to know that we had done things well. We are Ambit and we are setting boundaries.
We're Precious Cargo and we're setting the new standard in car seat safety.
We are Stash Energy Storage and we're building affordable energy storage that can be placed in every home.
We are Ceres and we are aligning the stars.
We are Limbic Inc. and we are creating the best riding experience anyone's ever had by creating a smart electric skateboard.
Hello, and our next speaker will be Onje Bazaar, Tony Onyewadume.
Hello.
Hello, Tony. We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Go ahead. Yeah. Are you aware that as at 5 days ago, New Brunswick's population surpassed the 800,000 mark for the first time since 1976? Are you also aware that according to the Institute for Research, Data and Training from our dear school UMB, immigrant retention rate drops from 75% to 50% within the first 5 years? The question is why? My team researched and found out that aside affordable education, quality healthcare systems, and a good lifestyle, one of the topmost but often ignored reasons why immigrants choose to settle here is the ease of access to home country delicacies. The affected immigrants come in 3 groups: those who think international and ethnic groceries are unavailable, those who don't know the location of the existing grocery stores, and those who know but are too busy to purchase their ethnic groceries. Furthermore, it is interesting to note that a majority of these international grocers don't have a web presence, making them invisible to their potential customers. And on the flip side, the few that do have a web presence tend to tailor their products to a single culture. Welcome to Onje Bazaar, a web-based digital platform that speaks to the international community and allows immigrants to shop for ethnic groceries from places like Indian, Caribbean, African, and other regions. Our solution is conceptualized to work in such a way that users intending to shop for groceries can select their cultural preferences from a list of serviceable regions, shop for groceries, make payments, and have their carts delivered. It also has an aggregated shopping feature such that users can shop from multiple grocers and have their cart delivered in one piece. Furthermore, we will communicate real-time inventory levels from the grocers onboarded on our platform to the users, and in turn, orders from the users to the grocers. This is a viable business with a global ethnic grocery market worth $6 billion, representing the total available market, out of which Canada, our serviceable available market, is worth 4.3% of that. However, the share of the market we are targeting is worth $17.6 million, translating to roughly 6.8% of the market size. Now, we do admit that there are competitors currently serving this market space, but our distinguishing features will take it to Mars. And by that, I mean multicultural personification, aggregated multiple store shopping, recipe guides of ethnic groceries, and much more. You're probably thinking, so how do we intend on making money? We will explore 4 models. Firstly, by charging a percentage commission on every good sold on our platform. Secondly, subscription. Thirdly, an onboarding fee. And lastly, through adverts and feature listings. Good morning, my name is Anthony, and in the solution providing team to this problem are my colleagues, Prerna, Dami, and Tayo. Prerna has good knowledge of database programming. Dami is a brilliant branding and strategy manager. Tayo is an excellent business analyst who is able to study and understand the market needs, and I'm a certified project manager with a good number of years under my belt. My team is working to create value by developing an integrated digital marketplace that will onboard existing international grocers on the platform and connect them to all international food lovers the world over. We are Onje Bazaar, a place where international food comes together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Questions for Onje Bazaar?
Okay, so yeah, that was a really great pitch. It was well delivered. So my question is, you have 4 business models, right? So and I mean, of course, from the pitch, there's the supply chain, and then there's the customer. So which applies to the customers? Why would I want to subscribe annually to your service?
Well, annually might be stretching it, but basically, if you are you speaking from the perspective of a buyer? If you're speaking from the perspective of a buyer, then I can answer that. If it's grocer, I can answer also.
For as a buyer, yes.
Okay, so as a buyer, basically what we give you is a variety, availability. There's the variety basically of ethnic groceries, the availability of those groceries, and delivery to your doorstep are some of the things that you benefit from us. For a grocer, for instance, would help you with basically getting rid of having to have infrastructure, heavy infrastructures, delivery trucks, and all that, because we'll be dealing with that through our platform. Basically, you have drivers coming to pick groceries from you and delivering to your customers. We'll announce you to your customers, which is the advertisement part of our business. And for the dispatcher, a flexible way of doing business. Basically, for a dispatcher, you'll be able to work at hours that are convenient to you, and then earn an income without waiting for a 2 weeks interval or a 1 month interval to get paid.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, really great pitch, Anthony. You have a really good stats on the global market and the Canadian market. I think you said 117 million in Canada. I would assume that's centralized more in Ontario, BC, Quebec. And just curious, what has led you to start with Atlantic Canada as the initial starting point and focus?
Well, for starters, this is where we are residing, me and my colleagues, because we're running the TME program. Firstly, secondly, also did the research on reasons why people do pass away. The number one killers and top 10 killers in Canada, cancer happened to be number 2, and we realized that there was a growing cancer issue spreading across North America, and New Brunswick was one of those red areas. So anything that has to do with wellness at the heart of our business, we're interested in that, and we hope that through giving people a wider variety of healthy food to eat, be able to protect them and save lives.
Anthony, did you indicate how you're going to, the logistics of the drivers from the grocers to the consumers? I know the app is going to be how they order, but where are you getting these drivers? What's the situation there?
Well, pretty much like your Uber case, we're going to be recruiting drivers. So our platform is serving dispatchers also. That's what we call them. And they'll be
Thank
basically.
you, Anje Bazaar. It was good to have you around.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome back. We're bringing on Amir with Practical.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Amir.
Hi.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. As soon as I drop off the stage, you have 3 minutes to tell us about Practical.
Sure. Canadian market right now is facing one of the strangest shifts over the past 30 years, where houses are sold $100,000 above asking price, and future homeowners waiving inspections like their lives depend on it. As a result, the prices set forth by the realtors are not what they actually seem to be. We believe that due to this market condition, an unknown X amount of dollars is now attached to every home that, if known, would reveal the true value of that house. Hi, my name is Amir and I belong to Practical. We, as Practical, are here to tell the future homeowners that what that X amount of dollars is, because we believe that everyone deserves to know what they're exactly buying so that they could make informed decisions. We are developing a property assessment application by which we partner with inspectors and contractors to provide a comprehensive report on what the true value of a house is. This application will be embedded into the realtor's main selling process so that each house is fully inspected and valued before listed on the MLS, and homeowners can access the report through the listings description and purchase for a mere $25. Based on the stats gathered from Realtor.ca and CREA, we have assumed that a total estimation of 36 million visitors to properties sold in the Atlantic Canada. That is 6,300 visitors per listing. If we were to capture only 10% of that, meaning if we were only to 10% of those visitors to be able to click on the report, for the first 2 years, we are projecting an estimation of $15,000 per listing per year. In terms of the competition, we are assuming to be competing with inspectors that are not willing to partner with us. However, since the current market seems to be not in favor of pre-purchase inspections, we believe that our application will stand at the top if implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Amir. The judges, you have question for practical?
Yeah, Amir, great presentation, great pitch. Can you share more around your competition? I think there was not so much on the competition piece. Can you just elaborate a little more on your competition?
Right, sure. So basically, in our application, not a lot of people have come up with some sort of an application that puts together it's a one-stop shop for both inspectors and contractors to come together to develop that comprehensive report. Right now, what is happening is that inspectors standalone do a report, homeowners get that report and send it to contractors. So we think our competitions would be the inspectors that don't want to partner with us. If they're not willing to partner with us, then they will be standing at the competition where we're inspecting houses before they're listed, while those inspectors are not being called out because no homeowners is asking for inspections before they even buying the house, because all the inspections are being waived at the moment of the bidding war and the market condition we're at.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So who would you be selling this to? The realtors?
The realtors, yeah.
Okay. And so the realtors would then want this application on their website so that they have a comprehensive review of the property.
Yep. So this is something that this application will go onto their website. So what they would do is that when a seller comes in, they'd say, this is the process. They'll get the house. They'll put the house on the application. Now, with that said, during the process of the realtor taking pictures of the house, wanting to get the house prepared for the listing, being put up to the listing, at the same time, the inspector is there to inspect the house. So that's all happening. Yes, it's a pre-inspection.
Instead of a post-inspection.
Yep, exactly.
Why would the realtor want to pay for that when it's something that's usually done by the consumer who's purchasing it?
Right. So the situation is that a lot of realtors right now are not very happy because their clients are just waiving inspections. Some of the realtors that we've talked to are relationship type of realtors. Those realtors that are, I think this is ethically wrong happening. And after talking with a lot of them, they're willing to work with us on this application. Now, with the paying part, this is something that it will be already added to the purchase price of the house, the inspection. So even if the realtor is paying, that's already put on top of the price of the house that will be already carried over to the buyer at the end of the day, right? But at the same time, we'll be hoping to incentivize realtors by paying a portion of what we gather from the reports.
Thank you. That'll be it for practical.
Summer Institute is being wonderful. It's been part of our journey for the past 2-3 months.
As a solopreneur, it's been, challenging to do a lot by myself for a lot of years. So having a big network to draw on for inspiration and information has been really, really great.
The thing I'm taking away from this experience the most are some of the amazing connections and entrepreneurs that I've met, and the really incredible support that I've had to grow my business and grow myself in ways that I never even knew were possible.
And the Summer Institute helped me to find the courage to stand up and talk in front of a camera. It's something that I could never do before. And the warmth, the community of the family has been something that I will carry forward with me through the rest of my life.
As an entrepreneur, I felt very alone in the world going out, bringing this idea. And when I joined Summer Institute, I felt like I had family.
And being part of Summer Institute definitely changed my life.
Fun, scary, traumatic at times, exciting. The Summer Institute is crazy, but it's so awesome. It really pushes you to your limit to really make sure that your business is successful.
The Summer Institute, oh my God.
The Summer Institute is elation, terror, oh my God, Fridays, friendship, people that I will never, ever, ever forget, who will always be friends. And I see the future. I didn't see that before.
Unlike anything else I've ever done before. If you're starting a business, definitely apply because it's an experience.
And we are back. Emmy with Bill Net Wrap.
Yes.
Awesome. Emmy, we can hear you loud and clear. As soon as I step off the stage, you have 3 minutes to tell us about Bill Net Wrap.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So hello everyone, I'm Amy and I'm an MBA student today. I will introduce a kind of strong, local, diverse and sustainable BillNet Wrap for farmers. So what's the current problem of BillNet Wrap and the solution now? The Carbon Channel reported that the BillNet Wrap product demand is increasing. There's anticipated growth of worldwide market at CAGR of roughly 4% over the next 5 years. Which is up to $500 million. So there are some key manufacturers in the world, such as Tama, located in US. However, there are fewer players located in Canada. Due to the high labor cost and limitation of technology, BillNet Wrap used in Canada agriculture are currently imported from the United States and European countries. And there's a high shipping cost for farmers. So our solution is to manufacture in Canada, which is quality guaranteed, inexpensive and free shipping. And our target customers are farmers who have farms, cattle, sheep, and horse in Canada, people who support agriculture, plastic recycling, and sustainable, also province of Alberta, Manitoba, and so on. We have done some SWOT analysis. The strengths of our product are technology advantage, totally automated manufacturing. And we have some customer-based high profit margin and low service concentration. Although those strengths, the weakness of higher marketing cost couldn't be ignored. Many reports pointed out that this industry had high revenue growth in the past 5 years, and the revenue will continue to grow because of high performance drivers and the consumer price index for food. So I think this is the opportunity for us to start the business. And our targeting market share is 10% of Canadian market, which is around $2 million per year. And we also have done some, marketing strategy, for example, cooperate with the government recycling program, advertising in local publications, host social media pages and website. Also, we can attend the trade exhibition. And our goal is to achieve break even at the end of the second year. Many industry reports pointed out that the profit has remained stable during the period despite a year-to-year increase. We have a customer base in North America. So this is another favorable factor for our success. Okay, this is my business plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Judges, question for Emmy?
Yes, just like to confirm your product and how it compares to traditional BillNet wraps. I understand it's made in Canada, but is there other innovations or differences compared to traditional plastic wraps?
Yes, you're right. It is, but our product is a little different from the traditional BillNet wrap because in Canada the labor cost is very high, and many countries like China, Vietnam, they produce the BillNet wrap with a lot of workers, and if we wanted to manufacture in Canada to avoid the labor cost. So we can use the technology advantage because I have visited many manufacturers in the worldwide, like European countries, Greece, even the Tama the biggest leader manufacturer in the world. I have visited them, and I found that we can solve the problem of high labor cost, modify the equipment with our advanced technology. So, so I think it's a little different from traditional building job. Also, we can cooperate with. There are a lot of government recycling because the plastic pollution, and some government they have some programs to recycle the plastic plastic packaging, so we can cooperate with them, and they will also give some suggestions on this. And also our building job is, so this is the point of sustainable. Also our building job is higher than other manufacturers, which could to save the material, to save the main cost.
So there's the product itself and then the manufacturing process improvements to compete against others.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so great presentation. My question is on the financial sides and also the team. So from your pitch and the summary of your business, I see year one is the break-even year. So take me through what is the competence of the team to deliver this product. Do you have a team, or are you a solo founder?
No, I have a team because I have worked in this field for more than 10 years, and I have a strong production team, and also I know I have some customer base in United States, in North America, because I have customers they are living in Airport, Manitoba. Also in United States, they are living in the Nebraska province.
Thank you, Emmy.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
The TME program has gone from a very humble beginnings, from a handful of students, to now we have over 538 students in the program. What has happened is it's been a game changer.
So I think to me what TME is really this culture of friendship, innovation, exposing people to new things. A lot of our students are engineers, of course, so they've come through a rigorous scientific program.
It's mixing research, engineering, real-world business all into one, and you have to deliver. You have to deliver something that people are going to want to buy and people are going to be excited about.
I find it's unique to what other courses offer. Because I'm from electrical engineering background, it's really nice to step out and see how that can be applied and develop a product that I feel passionate about.
I think that knowing the business aspect of things is a really big advantage. We had to understand the market and we had to understand the business plan.
The TME program gives you the soft skills to complement your technical skills, and it can just take them so much farther, and they give you the confidence to sort of reach out for opportunity, and it's incredible what they've done.
So after 8 months of working on our senior design project, of coming up with a problem, solving the problem, iterating on it, producing a prototype, going to class every day, right now is the culmination of 8 months, and we're presenting it to members of the community, our mentors, our parents, and judges, and all of that, and we're being marked. And so this was 8 months of work in our final year, all culminating into a half-hour presentation that was a lot of fun.
It was really good to get such positive feedback, and so many people were really impressed with what we had done and where we had come from especially, and it was really nice to know that we had done things well. We are Ambit and we are setting boundaries.
We're Precious Cargo and we're setting the new standard in car seat safety.
We are Stash Energy Storage and we're building affordable energy storage that can be placed in every home.
We are Ceres and we are aligning the stars.
We are Limbic Inc. and we are creating the best riding experience anyone's ever had by creating a smart electric skateboard.
Fantastic. The next on the line is Dosei. Luca.
Hi, Kingsley.
Excellent. Luca, we can hear you loud and clear. I'm just going to jump off the stage and you have 3 minutes to tell us about this.
Hello, everyone. My name is Luca Lamai. I'm a 21 years old biochemistry student here in Bishop's University, Quebec, Canada. I come from a small country in Eastern Europe called Albania. And today I'm going to present to you the revolution in the healthcare called Docere. First of all, Docere comes from Latin, it means doctor, and essentially is a video call communication platform between doctors and patients. So it's going to make their interaction very easy by providing features like 3D body graphs, scheduling times for the doctors, and of course, the thing that I like the most, we're integrating virtual reality and augmented reality, so mixed reality. A little statistic for you. In Canada, 4.6 million Canadians do not have a minimum a doctor, and more terrible in US that are 60 million Americans do not have a doctor. So this is a very terrible statistic. And I remember when I talked with one of our potential investors from Israel, he lived here for 2 years and he couldn't find a doctor. So, and also another statistic from Fraser Institute in Toronto said that Canadians lost $2 billion in wages and productivity last year. 1 million Canadians lost that much money, and that's about $2,000 per patient. So that's why our platform will maximally reduce the queues in hospitals. So it's going to make Canadian citizens not lose time and money, and of course, doctors not lose their patient and their clients. We conducted a standard test marketing based only on our upside potential of our startup. And we asked 200 doctors, mainly in the Quebec area, and 85% of them said that they really like the platform, that they'll use it. So that's about 170 doctors. Talking about the industry, the total addressable market of the industry is $62.45 billion. And it's predicted to reach in 2026 $475 billion. So it's a raise about 134% every year. So it's going to make us grow, and it's going to give us a lot of opportunities. And based on our assumptions, we're secure that we're going to conquer at least 2% of this total addressable market. But we're working in the telemedicine industry, of course. But the real question is, what we are offering different from our competitors? The main difference lies in the philosophy, values, and the vision of our company. We don't want to create only a virtual walk-in clinic like our competitors are doing, but we want to create a hospital on your mobile or on your web application. And we are doing this by creating cool features like 3D body graphs that will make the doctor very easy to understand, because 5.7 million North Americans said that they do not understand their doctor when they're speaking. So this 3D body graph, this feature is going to make them very easy to understand. And of course, with the virtual reality and augmented reality, we're going to give that feeling of presence in the video call.
Thank you, Luca. Thank you so much, Doctor. Questions, please.
Thanks, Luca. I wanted to know what technology would the patient need and the doctor need? Is it just the app? But to do the 3D body scan, like how would that work for the patient?
So thank you so much for the question. Very good question. For the 3D body graph, we don't just need a web application, so in the computer, but also we are. It depends on what revenue stream we're working, because we're planning to do business to consumer and business to business by selling it to health insurance companies, and we're going to sell it in forms of packages. If the patient needs the VR and AR, they have to buy the package that has also the VR and AR. But the basic video call communication with the 3D body graphs, it can be used by the computer and by the phone too.
Okay, great presentation, Luca. What's the go-to-market strategy? Because from the opening argument, I mean, there's a lot around so many Canadians not having access to these doctors. So what is the go-to-market strategy? How are you going to ensure that this platform is going to solve that particular problem?
So the basic thing that my vision and my philosophy of business is asking the customers what they want, right? So we are going to ask. We're gonna expand our standard test marketing also in the Ontario area and in British Columbia, and also in Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, so we can have the feeling of every customer from every province of Canada. Until now, we're still in the Quebec. In the Quebec are around 15,000 doctors, but in the all Canada there are 27,000 doctors, and imagine the patients that they have. So we're going to every Canadian citizen, and in the future every American citizens, to ask what they want, and from there we're going to go to the market, and we're going to do some improvements also with the platform.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Luca.
Thank you, Steve.
New Brunswick has a long history of global innovation. Perhaps the earliest examples are stone tools recently discovered in New Brunswick. Dating back approximately 13,000 years, these campsites are providing important glimpses into the lives of these earliest inhabitants of what is now New Brunswick and North America. As a comparison, the Great Pyramids were built 4,500 years ago. In 1918, the Spanish flu impacted a third of the planet's population. New Brunswick responded by creating the first public health ministry in the Commonwealth. We were on the cutting edge of public health reform, including pioneering measures such as social distancing. New Brunswick's list of global innovations doesn't stop there. In 1839, the first scuba tank was invented in St. John, and in 1870, the first snowblower was invented in Dalhousie. NBIF continues the story of innovation. We help New Brunswick innovators solve real-world problems through applied research grants, advice, and access to venture capital. When our portfolio companies exit, we reinvest the returns in the new generation of New Brunswick innovators. To date, NBIF has invested over $100 million in venture capital and applied research in the province. NBIF has helped companies such as Eigen Innovations by funding early-stage research, startup, and growth, taking them to a global level. Radian 6 sold to Salesforce for $326 million US. With stories like these, it's easy to see how innovation continues to drive New Brunswick forward. NBIF, take your ideas further.
And thank you. We're back again. We want Abdul Rahman, Autominos Consulting Services.
Yeah, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Excellent. We can hear you, Abdul. You have 3 minutes to tell us about your idea as soon as I step off the stage.
You ready? Hello?
Good. Yes, you have the stage. Go ahead.
Yeah. Would you believe this? We are in 2022 and most companies are managing their travel and expense management as well as their procurement management like they do in 90s. Most companies use Excel, and even if they use a sophisticated software, they still fall back to Excel. Based on our primary research in North America with 200 customers, both in US and Canada, what we found out is accounting error, overspending, fund allocations, manual issues, and many other issues. At Autonomous Consulting Services, we have more than 50 years of experience in consulting with SAP and other ERP systems. What we are offering today is the AutoCash, is the Advanced Artificial Intelligence Systems, a travel and expense management software, an AutoWin, and procurement management system, which is also an advanced artificial intelligence integrated with SAP and other ERP application. Based on our primary research, we also found Canada is also using small and medium-sized companies are also using small products like QuickBooks. So we are integrating that as well as with AutoCash as well. Companies who have used this in India and Middle East have saved millions of dollars. Since we are, if that's an interesting to you, since we're entering to Canada, today we are offering for the first 10 customers for the 1 month free trial for 20 users with $0 commitment. This is a growing opportunity, and I'd like to talk to you in detail. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you. The judges, do we have question for Abdul?
Okay, yeah, I have a quick one. So, yeah, Abdul, is AutoCash a mobile app or is it an API integration? How exactly is it going to work?
Yeah, we have both mobile app as well as we have Windows and different versions as well. So it's applicable in all versions.
Okay.
Thank
you.
Could you explain the process? You mentioned there's AI automation and bots doing the backend data entry, but how is that process initialized by the user? Is it a photo scan of the receipts or?
Yeah. So if you're having a mobile app, right, you can also click on the glow using the AutoCash app, and then you can scan your receipts. You can upload it. So that's one of the easiest feature. We have OCR recognition, optical recognition, so it can automatically recognize that as well. So what we do is, if you use our website and create a travel and expense management software, you don't have to manually post it back into the ERP applications, right? Like SAP, JDI, and in fact, based on a primary research, we found Canada's small and medium-sized companies are using QuickBooks. So we are trying to target that as well to integrate that. So once you're done, all the settlement process, you don't have to, the touch of a button, the bots, right, at the back end, they are going to take care of it. It's going to do an automatic posting at the background and also send you a message to you as well. So this is what we have pipeline. In the future, we are also planning to have a chat bot, voice bot, mail bot. So the bot can automatically recognize your voice, chat, as well as mail. You just have to say, hey, I'm going from here to Toronto. So it can automatically create at the background. So that's the advance of the AI and the bots. We are integrating with UiPath and Ingram to do this and successfully implement in Atlantic Canada.
Definitely want to allow Samantha from a banking perspective to ask a question.
Yes. Well, I was curious how it was any different than using, say, Concur. I don't know if you've researched that as a competitor, because that's something that we use in regards to our expense management.
I love the question, Samantha. So like I said, I'm a passionate SAP consultant, and my partners as well, a very dedicated, passionate SAP consultant as well. We have more than 50 years of consulting and SAP experience. And when we branched out of SAP, like SAP Concur is also a product of SAP, right? Because it's very, it's, if you want to do a small minor tweak, it's not easy in SAP. It costs millions of dollars to do a small tweaking, and it's not easy to train. Whereas as a fresh, we are very agile and we are very fresh, right? So that's where the cost, the competitiveness, we are very agile, we are very flexible to do all the customization and configuration, and we can provide a custom built tailored solution for Samantha and other folks who are looking for that.
Thanks, Abdul. Thank you.
Welcome, kids.
Good to have you.
Thanks, likewise.
Okay, so you're getting super excited about an idea. Have you spoken to anyone about it though? Maybe you've spoken to your friends and family and they're supporting you, telling you that it's an awesome concept and they want you to develop it. What about competition? Have you done some research about it? Sometimes just a few keywords on a Google search will be more than enough to show you if there's competition or someone has ever thought the same thing that you have just thought. Why am I telling you this? Well, think about it. There are almost 8 billion people in the planet. That means that there are at least 7.5 billion ideas floating out there. So to think that your idea is something that no one has ever thought about before might be a little bit off. But what if you find competition? Well, don't get too discouraged. Competition means that the idea has proven to be successful. So now you just have to do something different to tailor it to the market that you want to target. Okay, you've done some pre-evaluation of your idea now. Congratulations. What do you do next? How do you plan what your business is going to look like? A business canvas model is a good way to start. If you want to see more of our awesome videos, subscribe to our channel.
Hello. We'll be welcoming Anshika with NutriChoice. You're muted. Can hear you. Yeah, we can still hear you. Want us to move to the next one? And Shika, do you need time? Maybe we'll move to the next speaker and then. And we'll be welcoming Print, Justin.
Hi, everyone. I'm Justin. I'm the founder of Hermaprint, and I'm going to be speaking to you about 3D printing today. 3D printing over the past decade has exploded. Of these technologies, FDM printing, or filament-based printing, has become the most widely popular by far. 90% of 3D printers today are FDM printers. This is because they're affordable, accessible, and safe. However, they suffer from one persisting issue. FDM printers are slow. Hermaprint is developing a high-speed printer that can reliably print over 3 times faster than its current competitors. Although the effect of slow FDM printing is felt across industries, including automotive, aerospace, and medical, we've identified the microfactory industry as a primary market segment of interest to gain traction. Microfactories are small contract manufacturers that are already leveraging FDM printing technologies to provide localized manufacturing for industries and consumers. Big players such as Ford and Local Motors are expecting to leverage these microfactories by 2025. And for these business models, the amount of parts they can output is directly related to the revenue gained. So by upgrading to a Herma printer, microfactories can improve their output and thereby their revenue by over 300%. We've seen the potential impact of these microfactories at the beginning of the 2020 pandemic, when over 50 million pieces of PPE were printed in the US in only 6 months. On Herma printers, that could have been over 160 million. Taking a look at the market size, we can see that it's a $1 billion issue in the US alone. It's 1.9 billion for rapid prototyping services, 5.2 for 3D printing manufacturing in the US alone. And on a global scale, that's 12.6 billion. And these markets are expected to grow up to 2025. This has resulted in a few incomplete attempts at solving the speed issue, where companies have either sacrificed reliability, functionality, or they weren't engineered to be accessible or safe. Hermaprint's solution is focused on satisfying all of these specifications for industry adoption. We currently have 4 high-speed prototyping platforms to characterize and optimize key features such as cooling, motion control, extrusion, and resonance compensation. Each costs between $300 to $1,000, and we're currently using those to generate revenue by acting as a 3D printing service bureau to gain market insight and validate the market need. Over the past 3 months, we've been able to generate over $1,200 in revenue acting as a printer service, and have even secured a paid pre-order for our alpha unit by speaking to some of these interested microfactories. Why am I the right person to solve this issue? I have close to a decade of 3D printing experience as a hobbyist. I'm an established inventor with 3 US tech patents. I'm a 3D printing researcher at University of Waterloo's 3D printing lab, MSAM.
Thanks, Justin.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Question.
Great pitch. Just a quick question, Justin. As far as securing contracts or having folks ready to purchase this printer, like 1, how much does it cost to manufacture a printer? And 2, have you gotten contracts to purchase these printers?
Yeah, so we have received one contract or one paid pre-order for our first alpha unit from an interested microfactory. Our current prototyping fleet costs between $300 and $1,000 to create as a prototype. So it's usually much more expensive than it would be as we move to a manufacturable model in our alpha and beta prototypes. So we're looking at around $1,000-ish mark to manufacture them. We know our pre-order was a little on the cheaper side, and we're aware that industry players usually pay around $3,000 to $5,000 for desktop 3D printers that they use, which is around the target price area that we'll be aiming for. Thanks, Samantha.
Thanks, Justin. It sounds like there's you're quite involved with the 3D printing community and with the research. What really inspired you, I guess, to do this now? What sort of trends have accumulated to this is now the right time for this solution?
Yeah, that's a great question. Well, I think that this problem is extremely interesting because of the potential impact that these microfactories can have if we're focusing on that market segment. 50 million pieces of PPE printed in 6 months by an unorganized manufacturing chain in an emergency situation just speaks to the potential impact that these machines can have on our society in general and manufacturing, logistics. So that has played a piece. As I've become more and more involved in the state of the art, it's an obvious problem if you're close enough to it. And yeah, I identified that as I was getting more and more into the space over the last couple of years.
Awesome. Thank you, Justin.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Justin.
Awesome. Thank you.
New Brunswick has a long history of global innovation. Perhaps the earliest examples are stone tools, recently discovered in New Brunswick. Dating back approximately 13,000 years, these campsites are providing important glimpses into the lives of these earliest inhabitants of what is now New Brunswick and North America. As a comparison, the Great Pyramids were built 4,500 years ago. In 1918, the Spanish flu impacted a third of the planet's population. New Brunswick responded by creating the first public health ministry in the Commonwealth. We were on the cutting edge of public health reform, including pioneering measures such as social distancing. New Brunswick's list of global innovations doesn't stop there. In 1839, the first scuba tank was invented in St. John, and in 1870, the first snowblower was invented in Dalhousie. NBIF continues the story of innovation. We help New Brunswick innovators solve real-world problems through applied research grants, advice, and access to venture capital. When our portfolio companies exit, we reinvest the returns in the new generation of New Brunswick innovators. To date, NBIF has invested over $100 million in venture capital and applied research in the province. NBIF has helped companies such as Eigen Innovations by funding early-stage research, startup, and growth, taking them to a global level. Radian 6 sold to Salesforce for $326 million US. With stories like these, it's easy to see how innovation continues to drive New Brunswick forward. NBIF, take your ideas further.
And the next on the list will be Tony with Teco. Hi, Tony.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tony. I'm the founder and CEO of Taco, a platform that seamlessly connects sushi restaurants all around the world to the fish market in Japan. I work for an exporting company in Japan, supplying fresh fish for Japanese restaurants for nearly 5 years. Our customers were importers, and together with them, we are intermediaries connecting suppliers in the fish market to these sushi restaurants. But the most challenging part was that these importers and restaurants lived in various parts of the world, from Asia to North America and even in Russia. The difference in time zone alone make our job much more difficult because we were forced to work extensive hours to ensure we filled out all the proper paperwork and update the correct information for the customers. Not to mention, we all speak different languages, so we are required to translate everything manually. Over my 5 years of work, everyone involved in this supply chain constantly complained how intensive and time-consuming the manual work is. Each year, 35,000 seafood importers in North America are spending over $6 billion on labor. This money can be saved with an automated system. My company and I looked for a digital solution for it, but there was no dedicated system that catered to this space. So there was a clear opportunity for Taco. With Taco, exporters and importers can process all the ordering and paperwork in less than an hour, comparing to working 12 to 16 hours doing it manually. Suppliers and restaurants also benefit from Taco as they now can update and receive real-time information. Taco costs customers averagely $40,000 a year, which is less than a salary for one employee. But Taco performs the work of a team of 5 to 10 of them, saving each company nearly $1 million a year. So over the last few months, we have been operating a pilot project with 3 customers in Japan, Russia, and Canada. The benefit that we bring, such as real-time information and correct orders, have impressed the restaurant in Toronto. They refer more restaurants to the importer that use Taco. We have successfully connected them with 4 customers in the fish market and a dozen restaurants in Toronto. Restaurants are now happy. Our customers' revenue has increased by threefold, and 100% of them want to use Taco moving forward. However, our vision for Taco is not limited to the fresh fish business. In fact, we dream of working with seafood trading companies all around the world. After expanding to the rest of the North American and Asian market, we plan to enter the frozen fish business as well. Therefore, $5,000 price today will help us a lot on the technical development and the marketing activity in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Let's have questions from the judges.
Okay, great presentation, Tony. My first question would be, so does Taco just do the connection between the buyers and the fish market? Do you have any operations in ensuring that the safe delivery of those products from the farmers to the buyers?
So right now, our vision is that we don't connect anyone. We help the established connection to be better. So the supply chain now is very inefficient. We want to improve the supply chain. We don't enter into the supply chain right now.
Okay.
Yes.
For the focus of the Japanese fish market,
yes.
Compared to, I guess, other food and more commodity type food, why the Japanese fish market? Is this a highly premium food product?
So because I'm familiar with it in the industry, so I want to focus on this one first, but absolutely we will extend to another food-related business. But one more important thing is that the Japanese food right now is booming, especially in the US. The second reason is that Japanese fish is very unique. It's not similar, and the language between Japanese and English is different, and the distance between Japan and US and everywhere in the world is different. So the problem is more significant than the other business.
So Tony, who would be purchasing this technology? Would it be the restaurants, the people who are fishing the fish, the fishermen, or is it the people who are transporting it?
So right now we are charging the intermediaries, which are the exporter and the importers. So the exporter will be in Japan. The importer will be anywhere in the world, like North America, Asian, or maybe right now we have customers in Russia as well. So it can be said that a Shopify for intermediaries, fish intermediaries.
All right. Any more questions for Tony? Okay, Tony, that's a wrap up. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right.
The potential of a place comes down to people. When we talk about what a place could be, we imply that if only someone did something, the situation would be different. And by now, we more or less know what to do. Once the basics like health, safety, and education are covered, We need all sorts of people creating their own value and meaning in a place. We understand this implicitly, to the point of cliche. It's all the small stuff working in harmony that makes a place get better with age. And yet, being small in a global marketplace is still really hard. Whether you're a business, an artist, a farmer, or a city, how do you compete? That's the question I used to ask. How can our place be special enough to survive in the global food chain? But I realized over time that you can't win that competition. You can only strive to be the best version of yourself. And the most magnetic and impactful step we could take, the no shortcuts path to improvement, was to just do something about it.
Fredericton is on the east coast of Canada in a wonderful province called New Brunswick, just above Maine, just west of Nova Scotia, and just east of Quebec. Pretty good? Yep.
This story takes place in a city that's probably a lot like yours. It's a nice place to live, but you wouldn't know it from the stats or the headlines. Things could be a lot better, to say the least. It starts out with these people: a professor, a designer, an architect, and a placemaker. That's me. We found each other because we were getting frustrated by unmet potential. We got tired of seeing people give up on great ideas because they didn't have the right support. So, we're trying to become that support, and it's taken the form of a summer program. We wondered what would happen if we took 3 months and gave everything we could to a handful of aspiring entrepreneurs.
New Brunswick has a long history of global innovation. Perhaps the earliest examples are stone tools, recently discovered in New Brunswick. Dating back approximately 13,000 years, these campsites are providing important glimpses into the lives of these earliest inhabitants of what is now New Brunswick and North America. As a comparison, the Great Pyramids were built 4,500 years ago. In 1918, the Spanish flu impacted a third of the planet's population. New Brunswick responded by creating the first public health ministry in the Commonwealth. We were on the cutting edge of public health reform, including pioneering measures such as social distancing. New Brunswick's list of global innovations doesn't stop there. In 1839, the first scuba tank was invented in St. John, and in 1870, the first snowblower was invented in Dalhousie. NBIF continues the story of innovation. We help New Brunswick innovators solve real-world problems through applied research grants, advice, and access to venture capital. When our portfolio companies exit, we reinvest the returns in the new generation of New Brunswick innovators. To date, NBIF has invested over $100 million in venture capital and applied research in the province. NBIF has helped companies such as Eigen Innovations by funding early-stage research, startup, and growth, taking them to a global level. Radian 6 sold to Salesforce for $326 million US. With stories like these, it's easy to see how innovation continues to drive New Brunswick forward. NBIF. Take your ideas further.
We're back again. We'll be having Anshika with NutriChoice. Can you hear us now? I can't hear you. I cannot hear you. have Adrian with Microbuild. Adrian, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Adrian, you have 3 minutes to tell us about Microbuild as soon as I step off the stage.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Adrian Simone, and I am a third-year civil engineering student at the University of Waterloo and a co-founder of Microbuild Masonry. Microbuild is a biotech company focusing on developing and manufacturing sustainable and environmentally friendly building materials. At the moment, the building supplies industry is responsible for roughly 22% of global CO2 emissions. The carbon output of the industry makes it incredibly vulnerable to carbon taxes, which countries like Canada are starting to ramp up. By 2030, carbon tax will more than double, leading to a 24% price jump in the masonry market. Limitations on where masonry can be manufactured also make supplies incredibly reliant on shipping, which makes it vulnerable to gas fluctuations. Last month alone, masonry saw a 10% price increase just due to the price of gas. This is where Microbuild comes in. By combining microbes with aggregate, we can make completely carbon neutral bricks for the same price in the same amount of time and have the end product be more durable than what is on the market today. Our method also allows us to form these bricks in a smaller space than how it is typically made, allowing us to create a transportable masonry factory that can service large areas and be local, as opposed to one main manufacturing facility that relies on long-haul shipping and masonry yards. Masonry is a $31 billion market in North America that is very divided. In Southern Ontario alone, there are 8 different masonry manufacturers that are stuck to servicing their own territory directly and relying on masonry yards to fill the gaps, which cuts into their profit. By creating small, movable masonry factories, we can service more areas and increase our influence on the market while avoiding price increases due to gas. We also have the ability to sell or lease out these manufacturing facilities so individuals or companies can produce their own supplies while relying on us for expendable resources and maintenance. We've conducted product validation with over 40 builders across North America who are starting the change to sustainable construction. They all experience similar hurdles, whether it be durability issues, installation methods, or price. What all these builders have had in common is that they want to go green and feel it's their responsibility to do so. They want an affordable, seamlessly integrated product. We're hitting these needs and giving them the product that they want. Our team has experience in both the construction and biology field and has been doing extensive research on the topic and solution for some time. The team consists of myself, my co-founder Rania Al-Shikli, and a researcher Crystal Yang. We're currently in the prototype phase, and in the coming months we'll complete the first version of our product and start to scale up from there. We're looking to start growing our team and start working on securing contracts for demo projects. We're also going to be patenting the product and beginning the development of our first mini factory for large-scale production and as a proof of concept. Recently, we've partnered with Red Robin Masonry to have them complete installation tests and build a design wall using our products. The green construction industry is growing and picking up a lot of steam. In 2021, construction companies across North America started going net zero, and the federal government allocated $1.5 billion to increase green construction through retrofits, upgrades, and new builds. They also passed the Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act in 2020, which limits construction emissions and sets efficiency standards. We're getting in front of this curve, allowing us to take the lead in the green supplies industry. This is Microbuild, and we're building the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adrian. Judges, do we have questions for Microbuild?
Thanks, Adrian. Great pitch. Can you tell me about the production process and maybe the cost comparison to make traditional masonry?
Yep. So right now, the way that our products are made is you combine a aggregate, which is some form of sand or ground up recycled material. We combine it with our microbes and we put it in a form and let it sit for a couple days. And at the end, we have a product with comparable, if not more durability and strength to traditional masonry. Now we're being able to do this with as little as a 10% markup on the masonry average. Which doesn't even crack us into the high end of masonry, making us incredibly affordable to anyone in the construction industry.
Thanks. I'll let the other judges ask questions. But I've got one more if you'd like. So that cost of production, though, is that what you mentioned is a 10% higher than the cost of producing those traditional ones? Okay.
Sorry. So our final product is going to have a 10% price increase on the average masonry unit.
Okay, great. I love hearing a higher price because you're adding green and new technology capabilities versus competing in the lower price category. So that's great. How about output as far as what traditional stone output could produce versus, it sounds like a longer lead time. Just how does that offset with the energy or the other CO2 benefits?
So the way traditional masonry is made right now is you stick a bunch of clay and it's called clinker into a furnace for 3 days at high temperatures, and then you let it cool and solidify over another 2 to 3 days. So our process takes out the kiln aspect, and after we add the bacteria to our aggregate, we let it sit for 3 days, 4 days, and that is our final product. So our actual production time is similar, if not less, than what traditional masonry is doing right now.
Have you thought about the kind of certification of those materials and what kind of approval process to get into, accepted into stores or retail, or maybe what's the distribution plan?
Yep. So in order to get our eco rating, we have to go through a LEED certification. Now, the big thing right now is companies have to hit a certain LEED rating on their new builds or retrofits, which I kind of mentioned in my pitch. And so by having certain credits in our LEED certification, we're giving companies the ability to hit these guidelines sooner and easier. On top of that, we are working to figure out our strength testing and compressive testing through professors at the University of Waterloo, having them do third-party tests.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Adrian.
Thank you.
New Brunswick has a long history of global innovation. Perhaps the earliest examples are stone tools, recently discovered in New Brunswick. Dating back approximately 13,000 years, these campsites are providing important glimpses into the lives of these earliest inhabitants of what is now New Brunswick and North America. As a comparison, the Great Pyramids were built 4,500 years ago. In 1918, the Spanish flu impacted a third of the planet's population. New Brunswick responded by creating the first public health ministry in the Commonwealth. We were on the cutting edge of public health reform, including pioneering measures such as social distancing. New Brunswick's list of global innovations doesn't stop there. In 1839, the first scuba tank was invented in St. John, and in 1870, the first snowblower was invented in Dalhousie. NBIF continues the story of innovation. We help New Brunswick innovators solve real-world problems through applied research grants, advice, and access to venture capital. When our portfolio companies exit, we reinvest the returns in the new generation of New Brunswick innovators. To date, NBIF has invested over $100 million in venture capital and applied research in the province. NBIF has helped companies such as Eigen Innovations by funding early-stage research, startup, and growth, taking them to a global level. Radian 6 sold to Salesforce for $326 million US. With stories like these, it's easy to see how innovation continues to drive New Brunswick forward. NBIF, take your ideas further.
Awesome. We'll be calling for our last pitcher today, and it's going to be Anshika with NutriChoice.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Excellent. We can hear you now.
Oh, amazing. I use my cell phone.
Excellent.
Okay.
You have 3 minutes to
All
tell us
right.
about NutriChoice as soon as I drop off the stage. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It hurts. It hurts how we have ruined our lives by wrapping our planet in plastics. Around 300 million tons of plastic waste goes to oceans and landfills each year. And 50% of it accounts from one-time plastic use produced by food and packaging industry. Now, you might be wondering why I'm telling you that, as we smart beings have already started thinking about our planet. But let me tell you one thing. It hurts even more to see how we just think and don't act. Let me tell you a story of a guy named Elvin. Elvin loves to eat outside. He usually goes to restaurants, eat his meal, throws his cutlery into the dustbin, and then leave. Now, did any one of you could thought of any wrongdoing by him in this scenario? Okay, leave it for now. Imagine this time Elvin went to a restaurant as usual, ordered his meal, enjoyed his delicious meal. However, instead of throwing his cutlery into the dustbin, he ate it. Yes, he literally ate his cutlery and nothing got wasted. And that is the reason why I'm developing edible cutleries. I have found a way to drive us to action by making just cutleries into eatables. My company NutriChoice is making edible straws, stirrer, forks, and spoon, which are healthy, nutritious, 100% plastic free, and most importantly, functional. Yes, you actually can eat with them and then can eat them. Overall, Canadian food chains spend $80 billion on disposable cutleries each year. And we define our market size by picking food chains with employee size of less than 20 in the Greater Toronto area, which leads us to an initial market size of $50 million. The production cost of each unit is as low as 3 to 10 cents, and with a profit margin of 30%, it can be sold in the packs of 500 to 1,000 pieces, priced between $50 to $200. And we assume to target 80 food chains by the year 2022, raising a revenue of up to $200,000. With a shelf life of 1.5 years, it decomposes in 5 to 10 days and can be competitive to plastic when produced as numbers. And today, I would love to win this competition because I really, really want this money to support the vision of NutriChoice to replace every single plastic cutlery on the planet Earth. This money will be invested towards production, research, and marketing of edible cutleries. And at last, I would say, food is one of the basic needs of us humans, but who inspired us to eat it with microplastics? No one. So let's choose to be healthier this time by choosing to eat food with food, by choosing to eat with NutriChoice edible cutleries. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anshika. And to our
you,
honorable
Kingsley.
judges, please come up with questions.
Hi.
Yeah, hi, Anshika. I think that's a really great idea. Just very curious. I mean, of course, I see the biodegradable and nutritious materials they'll be made out of.
Yeah.
But what health and safety research have you put into this in terms of getting the regulatory concerns, getting certification as well? Can you walk me through that?
Yes. So when it comes to Canada, I have to get a few, like, first of all, I'm looking for a patent so that, to get secured with the ideas. And then in terms of health, I have to take some licenses because it will be sold under like packaged food category, because these spoons are shaped like, they are made out of like oats, sorghum, flour, and chickpeas and all those fibrous materials. So like under that, I have to get the license so I can sell it, and that's why I'm pitching to get money to get all those licenses and everything to go ahead with the idea.
I have a
Absolutely.
question.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, go
I have a
ahead.
question.
Go ahead.
In
go
regards
ahead.
to two things: the taste of the actual product, how does it impact what you're eating? That would be one. But also, so for example, we get paper straws now, right? Most of the time we get paper
Yes.
straws. And I have a family, and every time they get a paper straw, like, oh, it's a paper straw. They dissolve in my
Absolutely.
mouth. I hate them. So like from a family standpoint, the kids. So my question is, how is that work with liquids, and does it dissolve? Because there's nothing more annoying than a mushy straw in your mouth.
You're very right. So we have literally developed our cutleries in a way that they can sustain with literally like a heavy, hot temperatures and cold temperatures, at least minimum for 2.5 hours. Okay, so they sustain there for a lot of long time, which makes them really competitive and a great replacement only even to the paper straws and other biodegradable materials which are already in place. But ours is very less breakdown and everything, which gives them a top notch. And in terms of taste,
Thank you
they
very
they can
much, Anshika.
okay.
Thanks for
Thank
being
you.
here. And
Yeah.
I'll give the judges time to come up with his scores. while we bring on Dr. Derendra.
Thank you very much, Kingsley. Wow, what an amazing competition we're having this year. Likely one of the largest competitions we've had to date, and it's so exciting. I'm glad I'm not judging or pitching in this competition either. So this is quite exciting, and the judges have their hands full in terms of deciding who's going to be winning the multiple prizes and things like that. So they're busy tallying up all their results and stuff. This is an exciting opportunity to thank all our sponsors. Obviously, RBC, who's been an incredible sponsor for several years, NBIF as well, and UNB IBEC and FCNB and Venn Innovation, as well as Cox and Palmer. So what I wanted to also point out is that these sponsors have been a partner of the pitch competition for several years, and they follow up with entrepreneurs and help them and support them and try and build a stronger entrepreneurial ecosystem. So this is a celebration. This competition is a celebration of all the people that are supporting entrepreneurs in our community and are excited to see people pitching, presenting their ideas, and moving it to the next level. So at the same time, I wanted to take an opportunity while thanking our fantastic judges, Samantha, Tosin, and Peter. I wanted to also, before we announce the winners, give our judges an opportunity to what suggestions and advice they would have. So our first person I want to bring up is Samantha, who mentioned is from RBC. So Samantha, you've been been judging and been part of a few of the student pitch competitions and stuff like that associated with the center. But from the students that you've seen today and the ideas and the things that they're working on and they're passionate about, what advice would you have for the students and the businesses and the startups that they're trying to create?
Well, I think they were fantastic. There's a lot of great ideas out there and a lot of work that's gone into this passion that you have as students. So from my perspective, piece of advice is to continue to follow your dreams and to continue to work hard to make these come to fruition, and speak to your local representatives at whatever financial institution you deal with to get advice, because we're here not only to provide information on funding and financing, but also we see many different industries and challenges within the industry, and we can be a big help from a guidance perspective as well.
Thank you, Samantha. And the spirit of innovation and entrepreneurship that oozes through RBC is amazing, and what a community building effort RBC actually has going on is incredible, and the partnership over the years we've had together is phenomenal. And thank you very much, Samantha.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next judge we want to bring on board is Tosin. Tosin, what a rock star. When it comes down to social media, comes down to building a strong community, understanding the pain of international students, and there is likely no one better that represents that sense of community and understanding our community and newcomers to our community better than Tosin. So Tosin, you were in a similar boat a few years back. We've seen what you're doing. We see how you're driving, our community and making it stronger and stronger. What advice and suggestions would you have for the students and their new ideas and the businesses and their startups that they're trying to form?
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Durandra. I mean, it's really great to have been in this position a couple of years ago, and also see so many ideas stem from personal problems that we face, personal goals, right? And so many of these ideas are geared towards fixing our planet, right? I love the clean tech. I love how much so many of these ideas are towards, I mean, it means a lot of young people, a lot of entrepreneurial people are starting to think to save our planet, to bring this really great ideas to life. And I think every single one of them who pitched today, right, is really onto something, right? And I mean, there's so much value that we can bring to Canada as a country, and even the world as a whole with a lot of this product. So one advice is continue doing what you're doing. And I mean, just like Samantha said as well, speak to a lot of people who can help you refine these ideas. Quite a number of them are still at the validation stage, the ideation stage, right? Having the idea is great, but the implementation is definitely where the work is. And it's not an easy journey, but it's a very rewarding journey. So I'd encourage every single person who pitched today to keep at that journey. Always connect to the reason why you started to do this in the first place, because you identified an opportunity, you identified a problem, and you're trying to fix that, right? With these solutions, definitely we'll have better communities and even better quality of life. So yeah, good luck, and thank you for having me, Dr. Durandra, and the whole the whole planning team.
Well, Tosin, you echo a great words, because it's all about building a stronger community and pushing forward with your ideas and your passion. Yet sometimes, you'll find out find out the market is there, and other times find out that the market is not there. It doesn't matter, that through that journey you're learning and growing constantly, and that is the beauty of doing what you're doing today, is that you've stepped forward. You're trying to build a stronger and a better world, and that's phenomenal. And so many people can learn from you and your journey and your passion and drive. So thank you for doing what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Durandra. And I mean, one last thing is, if you have any questions, any issues, please, you can always reach out to me on LinkedIn, and I'll be happy to have a chat with you. I mean, it's a lot easier to connect with people who just started a business, who are facing some of the problems that you are facing as well, or you're potentially going to get to at a very close time in this entrepreneurship career. So I'm happy to help and have a further chat with everyone who pitched today.
Thank you, Tosin. And next, I'll bring on Peter Goggin. It is fantastic to see you, Peter. It seems like forever. There was a time that we were traveling together on that crazy bus in India, if you remember. What a great journey you have had. And it's incredible to see the things you've gotten up to, things you have done. And your heart has always been in the social, building a better and a stronger community from the days that I remember, Peter. And it's just amazing to follow you and follow your journey and follow your contribution. And you are another person that worked on early stage ideas, move them through the value chain, and stuck to your passion and drive, and you're supporting, now you're supporting more and more entrepreneurs. That's just wonderful. So what suggestions and advice would you have for students and young people? And in a way, it might seem like a distance away for you, but for someone, maybe I'm giving away my age, but for me, it just seems like yesterday that we were on that crazy bus in India going around and stuff like that. And seeing you here today is just emotional and very, very exciting for me.
Oh, thanks, Durandra. It is a journey. Thanks for those kind words. I remember, I think the business plan competition I pitched in, then I left to India before I even found out who won. And we were on that crazy journey with Pandish Pandey. But no, really happy to be involved today with a number of capacities, having come from the early time of TME, and as well being such a benefactor of the support networks for the startup community overall. There is some advice and guidance I want to share. Keep asking questions, keep pursuing your passion. As Samantha mentioned, follow those dreams. And as you're working through, I think Tosin mentioned, we heard some really ambitious ideas today that we're going to make major impacts and really try and make positive change happen in the world. As we are in the early idea phase, what's really important is to know, ideas and market fit might change 3 or 4 times as you pursue your technology, as you talk to customers. As much as you can accelerate that learning, you'll be better off. So keep challenging those status quo, keep asking questions, keep trying to change the norms. Another really important piece of advice, I think, is this community effect. And look at the people around you today. This is where, from my previous company, Resin, we started as pitches, we started on stage, but over time, we actually hired a lot of our counterparts, a lot of our colleagues that we encountered in this community. So today, you're competing against each other, pitching. Tomorrow, these could be, co-founders, employee number 5, employee number 6 for, we know we have a shared passion. We want to make an impact. We want to make a difference in the world. And so be really aware of those around you, because, a common effort, we're all able to produce more than the sum of our parts as individuals. And you have a really, really wonderful opportunity as a starting point with these pitch programs, with the community support, with the accelerator programs. So really participate, ask questions, and keep working hard. And there's lots of potential out there.
Thank you, Peter. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for taking this time, and congratulations on the new role that you've started on, this new journey. And I think as a result, we'll be working more and more closely together. And this is very exciting, very exciting.
And thank you, Narendra, for organizing, and Kingsley for running the show today. For companies that want to move forward and are serious about the business, there are many avenues for funding. NBIF is one. If you're willing to basically sell a part of your ownership for investment, then there's lots to talk about with NBIF. Otherwise, there's a lot of opportunities to support the research at the idea stage. This is a great example here today with this pitch. So thank you so much, Narendra, for everything you've done for the community and the companies.
Thank you. And once again, I want to take this opportunity to thank our judges, Peter, Tosin, and Samantha. And obviously, again, our sponsors who've done an incredible job in terms of promoting and supporting entrepreneurs. And they do it because they want to build a stronger and a meaningful community. So, and that means that they are available and open to talking to students and entrepreneurs and early stage startups. So please do not be nervous about approaching anyone that you've seen today, anyone you have interacted with. You heard what Tosin said, everyone's available, everyone's on social media platforms and places like LinkedIn and things like that. So please feel free to reach out, talk. And obviously, the Dr. J. Herbert Smith Center for Technology Management and Entrepreneurship is here to help you with the next stage of your journey. So feel free to talk to us and let us know how we can continue to help you and support you in your journey. That being said, Kingsley, I think we are ready to announce the winners.
Yes, thank you, Narendra, and thanks to all the judges. I believe that we have all the records done, and they will pass this on to you again, Dr. Narendra, and then you take it from there.
Okay,
Thank
perfect.
you very much.
Thank you, Kingsley. It's the reality is that being part of the competition already means that you've put yourself forward and you're out there and you've learned a lot. So winning or losing, thank you for being part of the competition. So in the ideas category, the second place winner for $750 is Mineral Tech. So round of applause for Mineral Tech. And at the same time, there are other awards and recognition that we have. In the ideas category, the Innovation Award of $200 goes to Move In. Impact Award of $200 goes to Hanwell Gin Company. Well, we'll need to try some of that. And the Communication Award for $200 goes to Smart Bottle. So congratulations there. Please, now for a round of applause for the first place prize of $1,000 goes to Palm Pack. Congratulations. And it's more exciting doing it live when everyone's there. I'm sorry that I can't see all your faces and congratulate you in person. Kingsley, did you want to say something?
No, you said it all. I mean, it would have been awesome if it was done live, is to see everybody, celebrating this feat for the people who have pitched today, to see that they are one of the people that have been picked and that their idea is worth something. Not that it's more than the other people's own, but because it presented a lot of value today. So thank you for what you have said. I mean, the stage is yours.
Now, we do have other awards. As you know, we only presented the ideas category. For the growth category, we won a second place prize of $750 autonomous consulting. Congratulations. The first place prize of $1,000 goes to Virtual Quiet. Congratulations in the growth category. Now we're very excited to obviously talk about, earlier we talked about how we've had global entrance into this competition. So also want to recognize the global winners in the ideas category. From the Venn Global Ideas, second place of $750 goes to Right Here Audio. Congratulations. NBIF Global Ideas first place prize of $1,000 goes to Tulia. Congratulations in the global category. In the growth global category, the third place Cox and Palmer global prize of $500 goes to Micro Building Masonry. Congratulations. The second IBEC Global Growth Competition place of $750 goes to Hermoprint. FCNB Global Growth first place prize of $1,000 goes to NutriChoice. So thank you and congratulations to all the winners from the ideas to the growth category, the global category, and and all the participants that took part in the competition. And as we close off this round of the competition, want to thank our sponsors, our judges, our students, TAs, the participants, and particular thanks to Kingsley. Kingsley played a critical role. It was a very hard role that he played, where he had to manage everyone's technical difficulties, making sure everything's on time, making sure everyone's scheduled well. So thank you very much to Kingsley. And Rachel Clark, who has also been an active person behind the scenes. So thank you to both Kingsley and Rachel. So Kingsley, over to you.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Dr. Durendra. it wouldn't have been possible without Rachel at the back end. So more like when you look at a system, you have the front end and the back end. I'm just the front end, just like with you. The back end, we have Rachel, we have Dami, we have Doc, just to make these things happen. But the people that we're celebrating today, our pitchers today, people who could stand up on a platform and bring up their ideas and let us listen to them and share in their dreams and also give them direction of where to go. So it's a good thing for those that got awards today. Enjoy the award and keep pressing on. Use it valuably to support your dream and keep chasing it. It's not something easy, but if you have the drive of where you're going, just keep at it and you'll be successful at the end. And for those of us who didn't win today, there's a saying when I was growing up that if you didn't win today, it means that your opportunity is to win tomorrow. So let's look out for that tomorrow, that you will win as well. And that's a wrap up for us. And I'll use this opportunity to say very thank you to everyone that pitched today and for the management of J. Smith Harvard Center and for UMB as a whole as well. And also to say very big thank you to the judges who took out their time to be with us today and to make this a successful one. Thank you very much.
The TME program has gone from a very humble beginnings from a handful of students to now we have over 538 students in the program. What has happened is it's been a game changer.
So I think to me what TME is really this culture of friendship, innovation, exposing people to new things. A lot of our students are engineers, of course, so they've come through a rigorous scientific program.
It's mixing research, engineering, real-world business all into one. And you have to deliver. You have to deliver something that people are gonna want to buy and people are gonna be excited about.
I find it's unique to what other courses offer. Because I'm from electrical engineering background, it's really nice to step out and see how that can be applied and develop a product that I feel passionate about.
I think that knowing the business aspect of things is a really big advantage. We had to understand the market and we had to understand the business plan.
The TME program gives you the soft skills to complement your technical skills, and it can just take them so much farther, and they give you the confidence to sort of reach out for opportunity, and it's incredible what they've done.
So after 8 months of working on our senior design project, of coming up with a problem, solving the problem, iterating on it, producing a prototype, going to class every day, right now is the culmination of 8 months, and we're presenting it to members of the community, our mentors, our parents, and judges and all of that, and we're being marked. And so this was 8 months of work in our final year, all culminating into a half-hour presentation that was a lot of fun.
It was really good to get such positive feedback, and so many people were really impressed with what we had done and where we had come from especially, and it was really nice to know that we had done things well. We are Ambit and we are setting boundaries.
We're Precious Cargo and we're setting the new standard in car seat safety.
We are Stash Energy Storage, and we're building affordable energy storage that can be placed in every home.
We are Ceres, and we are aligning the stars.
We are Limbic Inc., and we are creating the best riding experience anyone's ever had by creating a smart electric skateboard.